What if the bonds of brotherhood could shape destinies as easily as kings shaped their realms? In the ancient city of Uruk, beneath the shadow of towering walls and the watchful gaze of the gods, the air thrums with an electricity that promises change. Gilgamesh, the mightiest king, strides through the bustling market, his heart a tempest of ambition and restlessness. He is a hero, yet beneath the surface, a darkness looms, the weight of his own insecurities and the echo of unfulfilled dreams. Suddenly, the raucous laughter of the crowd dims, and the earth trembles as a primal force charges into his world. Enkidu, born from chaos and untamed wilderness, storms into the city, a wild man whose very existence challenges everything Gilgamesh believes about power and strength. Their eyes meet, and in that moment, a storm of fury and intrigue brews, a fateful connection igniting like wildfire. This encounter is no mere collision of fate. It is a clash of destinies that will alter the course of history itself. The air thickens with tension as whispers of prophecy float on the breeze. The gods watch closely, their intentions hidden behind a veil of celestial intrigue. What do they see in these two souls? Will they forge an alliance that defies the natural order, or will their bond ignite a cataclysm from which neither can escape? The city holds its breath, teetering on the edge of a precipice, caught between creation and destruction. In the sacred forests, Enkidu roams, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. He belongs to the wild, yet something compels him toward civilization, toward the king, who exudes both allure and menace. He senses the fragility of his own existence, and with each step he feels the weight of destiny pressing down on him. Will he embrace the ties of brotherhood, or will the chaos within him consume them both? Gilgamesh, too, grapples with his own demons, haunted by dreams of immortality and the fear of being forgotten. With Enkidu at his side, he believes he can conquer the impossible. But as legends whisper of the divine trials ahead, shadows flicker at the edges of their alliance. Will they face the monstrous guardians of the cedar forest and emerge victorious? Or will their ambition lead to annihilation? As twilight descends over Uruk, the first echoes of their epic journey reverberate. The moon rises, casting a ghostly light on the path ahead, a harbinger of the trials they must endure. The gods' laughter ripples through the night, foretelling a saga of love, betrayal, and the eternal struggle against fate. Each heartbeat marks the countdown to their destinies, a reminder that the bond between Gilgamesh and Enkidu is a double-edged sword. In a world where friendship can be as perilous as enmity, the question lingers. Will their brotherhood become their salvation, or will it be their undoing? The answers loom, shrouded in the mists of fate, as the first chapter of their legend begins to unfold. In the cradle of civilization, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers embraced the earth like lovers, a city rose from the dust of time, its name whispered in reverence. Uruk, under the blazing sun, its towering walls reached toward the heavens, a monument to human ambition and thirst for greatness. Each brick, laid with care, contained the dreams of a people who dared to carve their destinies from the very fabric of the universe. At the center of this bustling metropolis stood a king, a figure of both awe and fear, known as Gilgamesh. His very presence crackled with energy, as though the gods had breathed life into his veins. With a chest like a lion and eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky, he commanded the loyalty of soldiers and the love of women. But beneath the surface of this legendary ruler lay a heart, wrestling with the weight of mortality, a struggle that would echo through the ages. Gilgamesh's kingdom was alive with the sound of hammers striking metal and the chatter of merchants hawking their wares in the grand marketplace. The scent of spices and baked bread lingered in the air, mingling with the sweet melodies of musicians playing lutes and lyres. This was not just a city, it was a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of culture, innovation, and unyielding spirit. The people of Uruk, skilled in crafts and trades, thrived under the watchful gaze of their king. They built monumental temples dedicated to the mighty gods, seeking favor and guidance from divine forces that ruled their lives. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city, darkness loomed over the kingdom. Gilgamesh, for all his strength, was not just a beloved ruler, but also a relentless force, a conqueror who pushed his people to new heights, sometimes at a terrible cost. His ambition knew no bounds, and whispers of dissatisfaction curled through the streets like smoke from a dying fire. The citizens of Uruk, while proud, felt the strain of their king's unyielding quest for glory. Fear gripped their hearts as the tales of Gilgamesh's harshness spread like wildfire. A king who took what he wanted, who claimed brides on their wedding nights and demanded tribute without mercy. The air was thick with tension, and the vibrant life of Uruk felt like a fragile balance on the precipice of chaos. The people prayed for justice, for a hero to rise in their midst, someone who could challenge the relentless tide of their king's will. Yet, true heroism often emerges from the shadows of despair. In the quiet corners of the city, the voice of an unlikely champion began to echo. Enkidu was born of the wild, a creature forged from the earth itself, a guardian of nature who roamed free among the animals. He embodied the spirit of the untamed, unshackled by the restraints of civilization. But when Enkidu's fate intertwined with that of Gilgamesh, the two would ignite a friendship that would forever change the fate of Uruk. As destiny danced between them, the clash of their contrasting worlds hung in the air. Gilgamesh, the ambitious king, and Enkidu, the wild man. The night they met was electric, crackling with tension as they faced each other beneath the moon's silvery gaze. The earth seemed to hold its breath, as if the very cosmos paused to witness this pivotal moment. Would they become allies or rivals? Would they forge a path together or tear each other apart? The people of Uruk, caught in the throes of this fateful meeting, could only watch with bated breath. Whispers filled the streets. What will become of us if their paths collide? The anxiety was palpable, as the heartbeats of the citizens synchronized with the pulse of their city, a rhythm of hope and fear, longing for resolution. As the first rays of dawn broke over the ancient city, illuminating the magnificent walls with a golden hue, the destinies of Gilgamesh and Enkidu began to intertwine. Together, they would embark on epic quests, seeking to confront the very nature of existence itself, a search for glory, friendship, and the elusive answer to the question that haunted them both: what does it mean to be human? In their adventures, they would face monsters and gods alike, testing their strength and resolve. Each battle fought, each challenge overcome, would draw them closer, yet also threaten to tear them apart. The bond between them deepened, revealing the vulnerability beneath Gilgamesh's powerful exterior and the profound wisdom hidden within Enkidu's wild heart. But lurking in the shadows, the gods watched with keen interest. They understood the fragility of this alliance, the potential for greatness or ruin. Would they nurture the friendship that blossomed, or would they intervene, reminding mortals of their place in the grand tapestry of existence? As the sun climbed higher, the significance of their journey became clearer. This was not merely a tale of conquest and adventure. It was a reflection of humanity's eternal struggle. The people of Uruk, their hopes entwined with that of their king, began to sense that change was on the horizon. Whether it would bring salvation or destruction remained an unanswered question, heavy in the air like the scent of an impending storm. And so, in the streets of Uruk, hope mingled with fear. As the stories of Gilgamesh and Enkidu began to unfold, weaving a narrative that would resonate across time. The rise of Uruk was not just the rise of a city, it was the awakening of something far greater, a beginning that would reverberate through the annals of history, echoing into the very fabric of existence itself. As the sun continued its relentless march across the sky, the stage was set for an adventure that would change everything. The people held their breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, not knowing that the greatest trials were yet to come. In the flicker of torchlight, the grand city of Uruk loomed like a titan, its walls stretching up to the heavens, encasing the dreams and fears of its people. Amidst the echoes of laughter and the murmur of traders, one figure stood out, commanding attention without uttering a word. A man, part god, part mortal, etched into the fabric of their lives. Gilgamesh the king bore a divinity that thrummed in his veins, a heritage that was as magnificent as it was burdensome. As night descended, the stars twinkled like distant eyes, watching over the king who was 2/3 god and 1/3 man. His strength was unmatched. He could wrestle lions and bend steel like it was mere straw. Yet, hidden beneath that formidable exterior, lay a heart that beat with the weight of humanity. Gilgamesh's laughter often rang through the streets, echoing with the joy of a child, but it could vanish in an instant, overwhelmed by a haunting loneliness that came with being set apart. The people of Uruk revered him, yet they feared him too. Tales spread like wildfire about his exploits, of how he could summon storms with his anger and charm the sun with his smile. But there was a shadow in his brilliance, a sense of isolation that followed him like a silent ghost. Each time he gazed into the mirror, the reflection that met him was not just of a king, but a being born of divine lineage. His mother, the goddess Ninsun, cradled him in her arms, bestowing blessings upon him, while his father, an earthly shepherd, gave him strength rooted in mortal struggle. This duality shaped him, but also tormented his soul. On a night heavy with the scent of impending rain, Gilgamesh wandered the high walls of Uruk, his thoughts a tempest. He looked down upon the sprawling city, the flickering lights of homes like stars fallen to earth. A whispered tension filled the air, a longing for more than earthly power. He yearned for connection, for companionship that would understand his plight. The weight of his divine heritage pressed down on him, a gilded crown that felt more like chains. In the distance, the wild forest beckoned, a realm untouched and full of mystery. It was here that the heavens met the earth, and he felt a pull towards the untamed, a desire to escape the confines of his royal duties. As he strode into the trees, the whispers of ancient spirits danced around him, wrapping him in an embrace of forgotten dreams. They spoke of Enkidu, a creature born of clay, destined to challenge him, to awaken his heart from its slumber. Days turned into nights, and soon Gilgamesh found himself at the edge of the wilderness, where civilization ended and nature reigned. There, in the depths of the shadows, lay the answer to his unquenchable thirst for connection. Enkidu, wild and free, roamed like a spirit of the forest, untouched by the burdens of kingship. When their eyes met for the first time, a spark ignited, an understanding that transcended mere words. They were bound by the threads of destiny, two halves of a whole, one born of flesh and the other of divinity. Their friendship blossomed like wildflowers in spring, fierce and beautiful. Gilgamesh, in all his might, found solace in the presence of Enkidu, a bond forged in laughter, in battle, and in the shared silence of understanding. Together, they ventured into the unknown, slaying beasts that threatened their land and carving their names into the annals of history. Yet, with each triumphant victory came a deeper realization. Gilgamesh's heart craved more than glory. It sought meaning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, Gilgamesh posed a question to the stars that hung above, a question as old as time itself. What does it mean to be both God and man? In the stillness, the universe seemed to pause, and the weight of the ages pressed down upon him. The answer lay hidden in the depths of his soul, waiting to be unearthed. Tragedy struck when Enkidu fell to a sickness that cloaked him in darkness, a cruel twist of fate that sent tremors through Gilgamesh's heart. The bond that had once seemed unbreakable shattered with the loss. Gilgamesh, overwhelmed by grief, wandered the earth in search of immortality, a desperate attempt to grasp what had been lost. His search led him to ancient sages and distant lands, where he learned the harsh truth. Mortality was a gift, a tapestry woven with joy and sorrow. As he journeyed through desolate landscapes and treacherous paths, Gilgamesh began to understand that his divine heritage was not just a blessing, but a burden that demanded wisdom and compassion. He witnessed families torn apart by grief, nations ravaged by war, and the fleeting nature of life that transcended the boundaries of divinity and mortality. The more he encountered, the more he realized that true greatness lay not in feats of strength, but in the capacity to love, to connect, and to embrace vulnerability. In the depths of his despair, he found himself back at the gates of Uruk, the city that had been both his cradle and his cage. The walls he had once climbed in arrogance now loomed as a testament to his journey. As he stood there, he felt the echoes of Enkidu's laughter in the wind, a reminder that love transcended even death. With a heart heavy, yet resolute, he resolved to share his experiences, to teach his people the value of life, love, and the beauty that lay in the fleeting moments. As the sun rose over the horizon, casting golden rays across the city, Gilgamesh stood tall. The duality of his existence, two-thirds god, one-third man, had shaped him into a leader capable of navigating the complexities of life. He was no longer just a warrior seeking glory, but a king who embodied the essence of humanity. With renewed purpose, he stepped forward, ready to embrace the challenges ahead, his heart beating fiercely with the knowledge of what it meant to be alive. The sun hung low over Uruk, casting long shadows across the mud-brick walls that had stood for thousands of years. A golden glow bathed the city in a warm hue, yet the atmosphere was thick with despair. Voices whispered in hushed tones, weaving through the narrow streets where once laughter and joy echoed. Now a heavy silence clung to the air, broken only by the faint sounds of a weeping mother or the distant clanking of tools in the hands of weary laborers. The people of Uruk were trapped under the weight of their king, Gilgamesh, who towered over them not just in stature, but in authority, a living embodiment of both strength and tyranny. The people had come to know the sting of Gilgamesh's rule, and it left a bitter taste in their mouths. He demanded the impossible, driving men to toil until their backs ached and their hands bled. The grand walls, which should have been a source of pride, became a prison, a reminder of the king's incessant need to build monuments to himself, build his legacy, but at what cost? Families sacrificed their children's laughter for sweat and hard labor, the echo of their joy drowned out by the thundering footsteps of the king as he marched through the streets, his cape billowing like storm clouds overhead. The elders, once the wise leaders of the community, huddled together in the shadows of the ziggurat, their faces lined with worry. They spoke in low voices, their hearts heavy with the memories of a time when Gilgamesh was just a boy. "He has forgotten the people," one elder lamented, his voice a frail whisper. "We raised him to be a king, not a tyrant." But their words fell on deaf ears, drowned by the clamor of shuffling feet and the distant cries of those in need. Among the people was a young woman named Ninsun, daughter of a humble farmer. Her heart, once filled with dreams of a brighter future, now mirrored the desolation surrounding her. She walked through the market, where vendors sold their goods, but the joy of barter was gone. Eyes were downcast, fingers trembled as they exchanged meager offerings for food that barely sustained them. Ninsun felt a surge of emotion arise within her. Anger, sadness, and a flicker of hope. She couldn't remain silent any longer. Gathering her courage, she climbed onto a weathered stone, her voice cutting through the thick fog of despair. "People of Uruk, we cannot let fear bind us. We must speak out," murmurs of encouragement erupted. But they were quickly stifled by the memories of punishment meted out to those who had dared to oppose their king. The fear was palpable. It wrapped around them like a vice, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. "He is our king, but we are his people. Should we not matter?" Ninsun's voice trembled, but the fire in her words ignited something long thought extinguished in the hearts of the crowd. As if summoned by her plea, Gilgamesh appeared, a looming figure draped in royal robes that seemed to shimmer like the sun. The people recoiled instinctively, their fear evident in every wide-eyed stare. "What is this ruckus?" he bellowed, his voice echoing off the walls, fierce and demanding like the crack of thunder. The prideful king, strong and unyielding, surveyed the crowd with a mix of irritation and disdain. He had little patience for those who dared challenge his authority. "Your Majesty," Ninsun found her voice again, quaking yet resolute, "we suffer under your rule. We are not here to beg for mercy, but to demand our dignity." The crowd gasped, some clutching one another, as if preparing for an impending storm. A silence fell, thick and suffocating, as all eyes shifted between Ninsun and their king, the tension so tight it seemed to vibrate in the air. Gilgamesh's expression shifted. Beneath the facade of the tyrant, a flicker of something, maybe recognition, shone in his sharp eyes. For a moment, he studied her, as if trying to remember the boy he once was, the boy who played in the fields and climbed trees, who once laughed without a care. But that boy was lost, buried beneath layers of expectation and the burden of power. "You dare challenge me?" His voice was like iron, and the crowd shrank back, anticipating the king's wrath. There was a moment of stillness, a breath held collectively. Ninsun's heart raced, a wild drum in her chest. "I challenge you to see us, to remember that we are not just subjects to be ruled, but people who deserve your respect. We are tired." Her voice rose, powerful and fierce, drowning out the fear that sought to silence her. The onlookers felt the energy shift, the tide of emotions turned like a wave crashing against the rocks. Gilgamesh's gaze hardened into granite, yet the murmurs of the crowd morphed into a tide of support, a swell of voices echoing Ninsun's words, filling the air with their collective pain and frustration. "We are hungry, we are tired, we want to live," they cried, a chorus of desperation that resonated through the streets of Uruk. The king's chest heaved, and for a heartbeat, the weight of his crown felt heavier than it ever had. Yet the king stood firm, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. He was a man torn between duty and desire, a ruler grappling with the screams of his people while battling the echoes of his own ambitions. As he opened his mouth to respond, the weight of expectation hung heavy in the air. What would he say? Would he silence them, or would he listen? The fate of Uruk seemed to hang in the balance, suspended between the cries of the desperate and the indomitable will of their king. In that moment, the sun dipped lower, casting a long shadow that cloaked the city in uncertainty. The people of Uruk stood, hearts pounding, breath held, waiting for a flicker of hope or a strike of despair. Would they find a way forward together, or would they be crushed under the weight of their king's unyielding power? The air crackled with tension, and the story of Uruk was poised on the brink of change, the outcome uncertain, the stakes impossibly high. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the vast steppe, where the earth trembled with an ancient promise. In the stillness of twilight, the air was heavy with an unsung story, a tale waiting for breath, for life. The whisper of the winds carried a secret, one that could change everything. From the depths of the mountains, high where the gods resided, a stirring began, a spark of divine creation, woven from the very essence of nature itself. In the celestial heights, the gods gathered, their voices thunderous yet filled with a strange tenderness. They watched over the city of Uruk, where Gilgamesh, 2/3 divine and 1/3 mortal, ruled with unmatched strength and a hunger for more, a hunger that left his people weary and yearning. He was a king forged in the fires of ambition, his passion burning bright but often unchecked. As the gods looked down, they felt a twinge of sympathy for the people, trapped in the shadows of their king's greatness. They decided then to create a force that could stand against Gilgamesh, a being who could challenge him and perhaps remind him of his own humanity. From the clay of the earth they formed Enkidu, the wild man, an unrefined spirit destined to walk the untamed lands. They breathed life into him with a gentle exhalation, and as he opened his eyes for the first time, the pulse of the world resonated within him. Enkidu's hair grew thick and wild, a tangled thicket that mirrored the untamed beauty of the wilderness. His body was strong, covered in fur, a testament to the nature from which he was born. He was not just a man, he was a bridge between civilization and the wild, a creature of instinct and strength. Yet Enkidu was not merely a beast. He was filled with a profound awareness, a connection to the earth that few could understand. He roamed the plains, befriending the animals, sharing their joy and their struggles. The creatures of the forest recognized his spirit, and they welcomed him as one of their own. In the quiet moments, as the sun rose and set, Enkidu felt the gentle pull of something greater, an unknown force drawing him towards the city where Gilgamesh reigned. Meanwhile, in Uruk, the air was thick with tension. The people's voices echoed in the streets, filled with fear and frustration, as Gilgamesh's relentless pursuits drained their spirits. He could conquer mountains and tame rivers, but what he truly sought was companionship. He needed someone who could challenge him, someone who could match his strength and spirit. Little did he know, a rival, a friend, was being shaped by divine hands far away. As Enkidu prepared for the journey to Uruk, the gods watched, their hearts entwined with excitement and trepidation. They knew that the moment Enkidu stepped into the king's world, a spark would ignite, a collision of two powerful forces that would change both their destinies. The winds swirled with anticipation. The earth beneath Enkidu's feet seemed to pulse with energy, as if it, too, knew that the meeting of these two men would ripple through time. Enkidu approached the city gates, his presence striking and raw. The guards, frightened by his wild appearance, did not dare to challenge him. He was a vision of might, a creature born of nature's fury. As he stepped into the city, the vibrant chaos of human life surrounded him. The scents of spices, the laughter of children, the cries of merchants, all were foreign to him. Yet they pulled at his heart. He felt a yearning, a longing for connection that had been rooted deep in his soul. It was here that the two worlds would meet, the wild and the civilized, and the moment hung in the air like a taut string, ready to snap. Gilgamesh, in his royal court, was restless. He had heard whispers of a wild man, a creature who roamed free, untouched by the confines of the city. Curiosity gnawed at him, and with every passing moment, he felt the urgency to confront whatever was waiting outside the walls of Uruk. The clash was inevitable. As they came face to face, it was as if the sun itself paused to witness the unfolding drama. Gilgamesh, standing tall, with the power of kingship coursing through his veins, looked into the fierce, untamed eyes of Enkidu. Time held its breath. In that instant, the air crackled with electric tension, each man seeing a reflection of himself in the other. The king, who had everything yet felt lonely, and the wild man, who had nothing yet felt whole. The people watched, heartbeats echoing in their chests as the two strong wills collided. Neither would back down. It was a primal dance, a struggle that transcended mere strength. It was a battle of spirits. The sky darkened, and a storm brewed as if the heavens themselves were drawn into the chaos of their confrontation. Both men were fierce, their muscles flexing, eyes blazing with determination. But amid the struggle, something remarkable happened. Each punch and counterstrike unveiled layers of understanding, raw emotions bubbling to the surface. They were not just enemies, but two halves of a greater whole, locked in a fierce embrace that would ultimately lead to something profound, a bond formed through the recognition of each other's strengths and vulnerabilities. As the dust settled, the gods watched with bated breath. They had set the stage for a friendship unlike any other, one that would intertwine their fates in ways they could not yet comprehend. The tides of destiny were turning, and the bond between Gilgamesh and Enkidu was about to reshape the very fabric of their existence, drawing them both into a journey that would test their limits, their hearts, and their understanding of what it truly meant to be human. And so, in the heart of Uruk, under the watchful gaze of the stars, two souls began to forge a connection that would echo throughout the ages, their destinies forever intertwined, a new chapter waiting to be written. In the shimmering heat of the day, the sun beat down on the vast, open plains. A figure moved among the lush grasses, wild and free, his body covered in hair, blending seamlessly with the earth that nurtured him. This was Enkidu, the wild man, born from the clay of the earth and the breath of the wilderness. His heart was untamed, beating in rhythm with the pulse of nature, and his spirit soared alongside the soaring hawks and darting gazelles that shared his world. From the moment he emerged, Enkidu knew not the confines of civilization that surrounded the city of Uruk. Instead, he drank from the cool, crystal-clear streams and feasted on the fruits of the land, his senses alive with the rustling of leaves and the calls of animals. He was one with the wild, a creature of instinct and strength. The animals approached him without fear, recognizing in him a kindred spirit. They played in the cool shade of the trees, surrounded by the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers. The lion cubs tumbled over each other in their joy, while deer grazed nearby, trusting this gentle giant who roamed their world. Yet, within his heart, Enkidu felt a strange stirring, an unnameable longing that whispered through the rustling of the leaves. Each day unfolded, filled with the laughter of animals and the thrill of the hunt, but there was something more that tugged at his soul. His eyes, deep and soulful, reflected the beauty surrounding him, yet they also held a glimmer of yearning, an awareness that he was other than these creatures, that he was destined for something beyond the lush embrace of the wild. One fateful day, Enkidu's peaceful existence was disrupted, as he witnessed a group of hunters entering his domain. They moved with purpose, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of the chase. The air thickened with tension as they set their sights on a magnificent stag, its antlers reaching toward the heavens, a symbol of grace and freedom. Enkidu felt a surge of anger and protectiveness rise within him. He could not allow these men, representatives of a world he did not know, to disrupt the harmony of his home. With powerful strides, he charged toward the hunters, his heart racing. The ground trembled beneath him, and the air crackled with energy as he approached. The hunters, startled by the sudden appearance of this wild figure, turned their weapons toward him. But Enkidu, unafraid, stood firm, his voice ringing out like thunder, a voice that was both a warning and a challenge. He roared in defense of the stag, a sound that echoed across the plains, shaking the very air around him. The hunters, realizing that this was no ordinary foe, hesitated. They had come to capture and kill, but faced with the raw power of Enkidu, they faltered. In that moment, Enkidu felt a rush of exhilaration. He was not just a beast of the wild, but a protector, a warrior born from the earth itself. The stag, sensing the tension, leaped away into the thicket. Safe for now, Enkidu stood tall, his chest heaving, the thrill of battle coursing through his veins. Yet as the hunters retreated, whispers of their world seeped into his consciousness. They spoke of cities filled with laughter and sadness, of love and ambition. He felt the pull of something he had never known, the complexity of human life, the joys and sorrows that came with it. The faces of the hunters lingered in his mind, their eyes reflecting a longing that mirrored his own. As the days turned into weeks, Enkidu continued to roam the wild, yet something had shifted within him. He was not just a wild man. He was a bridge between two worlds, the untamed and the civilized. The animals still embraced him, and the scents of the earth still filled his lungs. But he began to watch the distant city of Uruk from the edge of the forest, a place that shimmered like a mirage, promising both danger and wonder. One evening, as the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow over the plains, Enkidu sat by the riverbank. His heart was heavy with contemplation, and the water's gentle flow mirrored his inner turmoil. He watched the reflections dance on the surface, captivated by a vision of what could be. Could he walk among the people of Uruk? Could he know their joys, their struggles, and their music? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. But who would he be in that world? Would he be accepted or feared? The wild man, once so sure of his place among the animals, now trembled with uncertainty. Just then, a rustling sound broke his reverie. A young gazelle, timid and wary, approached him. It sniffed the air cautiously, sensing the turmoil within him. Enkidu extended a hand, and the gazelle leaned closer, sensing his gentle spirit. In that moment, he felt a profound connection, a bond that transcended species. But the peace was short-lived. A sudden noise erupted from the thicket, jolting Enkidu from his thoughts. He turned swiftly to find a pack of wolves, hungry and desperate, their eyes gleaming with hunger. They had come to challenge him, to test whether he was still the wild ruler of this domain. Enkidu stood tall, muscles tensed, heart pounding in his chest. The pack approached, their growls low and menacing. Enkidu knew he had to assert his strength, to remind them that he was not just a man among them, but a force of nature itself. The tension in the air was thick, a palpable force that could ignite at any moment. He roared, a sound that reverberated through the forest, pushing back against their aggression. The wolves hesitated, sensing the power radiating from him. Enkidu took a step forward, not out of malice, but to reclaim his territory, to remind the wild that he belonged to it just as much as they did. The encounter felt like a dance of fate, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The wolves, acknowledging his strength, slowly backed away, retreating into the shadows of the trees. As silence fell once more, Enkidu stood alone, heart racing. The thrill of the encounter mingled with the weight of his choices. The world around him was alive, vibrant and teeming with stories, yet untold. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, he sensed that his destiny was pulling him closer to the city of Uruk. The wild man was on the brink of something monumental, a transformation that would change the course of his life forever. In that moment, the boundaries between man and beast blurred, and the wild whispered to him secrets of life he had yet to understand. Enkidu felt the call of the city beckoning him, a siren song that promised adventure, challenge, and perhaps even companionship. The wild was not merely a home, it was a chapter in a story that was far from over. His heart surged with anticipation as he took his first step toward the unknown, the thrill of the adventure igniting a fire within him, one that would lead him into the heart of humanity itself. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the vast, golden plains of Mesopotamia. A wild man roamed these lands, untamed and free, a figure woven from earth and instinct. Enkidu, with hair matted and skin rough as stone, lived in harmony with the beasts of the field, a creature of raw power and primal beauty. But the world whispered of something more, something just beyond the horizon, an allure that would soon unravel the fabric of his existence. One day, the gods, sensing the unyielding spirit of Enkidu, decided to intervene. They sent Shamhat, a priestess of the temple, a woman endowed with both beauty and purpose. She was to be the key to unlock the true potential of this wild man. As she walked through the tall grasses, her presence was a potent mix of sweetness and strength, drawing the attention of every creature around her. She was an embodiment of civilization, a promise of something new, something transformative. When Enkidu first laid eyes on Shamhat, the air crackled with unspoken tension. His heart raced, not from fear or confusion, but from an awakening, a stirring deep within him. The wild man had never felt such longing, an emotion foreign yet enticing. Shamhat approached him, her gaze confident and warm, as if she understood the wildness that raged within him. She was the bridge between two worlds, and in that moment, both knew the stakes were high. With a gentle hand, Shamhat reached out to him. Their fingers brushed, and it was as if the very earth beneath them quaked. She spoke softly, coaxing him with words that danced around his ears like sweet music. "Come with me," she urged, her voice a silken thread weaving through the fabric of his soul. "Leave behind the beasts, the mud, the shadows of the wild. Embrace a life filled with laughter, with love, with the warmth of hearth and home." Enkidu hesitated. The animals that had once been his companions stood at the edge of the forest, watching with wary eyes. They sensed the change, a shift that would forever alter the balance of the world. The call of the wild clashed with the alluring promise of civilization, yet something deep within him stirred, a yearning to belong, to be more than a beast of the field. As Shamhat led him away, the wildness that had defined his existence began to ebb. Each step towards her was a step away from the untamed life. She bathed him in the soft glow of civilization, washing away the dirt and grime that clung to his skin. The water felt foreign, refreshing, yet simultaneously suffocating. He was no longer just a man of the wild. He was becoming something else, something human. In Shamhat's embrace, Enkidu discovered the taste of bread, the warmth of wine, and the rich laughter of human connection. Days turned to nights, and nights back to days, each moment steeped in transformation. He learned to speak, his tongue loosening with each shared story. He began to understand emotions, joy, sorrow, longing, complexities that had once eluded him in the wild. But with each lesson, a shadow grew. The animals he had once roamed with grew distant, their calls echoing in his memory like ghosts. He could feel their eyes on him, haunting reminders of what he had sacrificed. Enkidu's soul wrestled with this new world, torn between the freedom of the wilderness and the burgeoning connections he was forming with Shamhat and the others. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in oranges and purples, Enkidu found himself sitting beside Shamhat, their fingers entwined. She spoke of dreams and ambitions, of building a future filled with meaning. Yet, as her words danced in the air, a flicker of doubt ignited within him. Was this truly a blessing, or was he being ensnared in a web of civilization, losing himself in the process? But Shamhat, wise and understanding, sensed his turmoil. "You are not losing yourself," she reassured him, her voice like a balm to his restless spirit. "You are becoming more. The wildness within you does not vanish, it transforms. You are meant to be part of something greater, part of a community, a family." For a fleeting moment, his heart swelled with hope. The idea of belonging felt intoxicating, yet the wild still called to him, whispering promises of freedom and ferocity. The tension within him swirled like a tempest, battling against his newfound desires. As he gazed into Shamhat's eyes, he saw not just a woman, but a reflection of what he could become. a symbol of humanity's potential. As the stars twinkled above them, a sudden rustle in the bushes broke the moment, drawing Enkidu's attention back to the wild. A gazelle, graceful and fleeting, darted across the plains. Instinct surged within him, muscles tensed, as he prepared to chase, to return to the wild that had been his life's rhythm. But Shamat's hand held him firm, anchoring him to the present. "Choose, Enkidu, choose who you want to be." The weight of her words settled heavy in the air, mingling with the sense of earth and grass. His heart raced, each beat a battle cry of conflicting desires. The wild beckoned, full of life and frenzy, but civilization offered a different kind of thrill, one forged in connection, love, and shared dreams. Then, as if sensing the struggle within him, a howl echoed in the night. It pierced the stillness like a dagger, a haunting reminder of the life he was leaving behind. Enkidu's body tensed, his instincts flaring, and for a heartbeat, he stood at the crossroads of existence. Would he embrace the call of civilization, the laughter, the warmth, the connection, or would he give in to the primal urge to run wild and free beneath the moonlight? In that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for his choice. The tension crackled in the air, a delicate balance between primal instinct and the seductive embrace of humanity. Enkidu felt the weight of history upon him, the very fate of a civilization that hung in the balance, and he knew that whatever choice he made would echo through time, shaping not only his destiny, but the destiny of all humankind. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the ancient forest, where whispers of untamed life seemed to echo against the rugged bark of towering trees. Here, in the wild, Enkidu roamed free, his spirit entwined with the rustling leaves and the gentle babble of brooks. His body, a canvas of sinew and strength, bore the marks of nature's embrace. Dirt under his nails, the sweet scent of earth mingling with the aroma of wild herbs. He was a creature of instinct, a brother to the animals, yet a flicker of something more glimmered within him, a yearning he could not name. As the sun sank, the world shifted, the laughter of animals faded, replaced by a distant foreign sound, a rhythmic thrum of life unlike any Enkidu had known. Curiosity tugged at him, igniting a spark that urged him to leave behind the sanctuary of trees. What lay beyond the endless green? He felt that the answer might change everything. Night draped its blanket over the forest, and Enkidu made his way toward the sound. Shadows danced around him, but his heart beat with a growing urgency. Each step brought him closer to a destiny that awaited just beyond the tree line. With every rustle and crackle underfoot, he felt the weight of the forest's protection slip away. The magic of the wild whispered warnings, yet the call of the unknown drew him onward. Then, as he broke through the curtain of leaves, the sight that met his eyes was breathtaking. Before him sprawled the great city of Uruk, its walls soaring into the night sky like giants guarding secrets of an ancient world. It glimmered with the light of 1,000 lamps, a vibrant tapestry of human life woven together by laughter, ambition, and the pulse of civilization. Enkidu's heart raced, a wild symphony of emotions clashing within him. Wonder, fear, anticipation. Uruk was alive. The streets buzzed with voices, the clang of metal, and the sweet melody of music that drifted through the air. There were merchants shouting, children playing, and women weaving cloth that shimmered like the stars above. Enkidu felt both exhilarated and utterly lost in this whirlwind of humanity. He took a hesitant step into the realm of men, the unfamiliarity wrapping around him like a cloak woven from tension. But as he ventured deeper, the joy of the city was pierced by a sharp, painful realization. The people of Uruk, while vibrant and full of life, were ensnared in a web of struggles he had never known. Their faces bore the lines of hardship, the weight of unspoken burdens. Enkidu's heart ached for them, for their laughter was tinged with shadows. He watched as a mother clutched her child, her eyes filled with worry, a stark contrast to the carefree spirits of the forest. As he wandered further, the intensity of his emotions surged. Fear and compassion waged war within him. The rhythm of the city pulsed louder, drawing him toward the Grand Palace, a monument of power and ambition. Towering above the streets, it glimmered under the moonlight, its walls echoing tales of kings and gods. Enkidu felt a tug in his core, a recognition that he was on the brink of something monumental. He had left behind the gentle embrace of the forest, but What awaited him in this bustling city was a challenge that would demand everything he had. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man adorned in fine robes, his face carved with authority. Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, stood before Enkidu, eyes burning with curiosity and strength. This was no ordinary man. He was a legend, a warrior whose deeds shaped the destiny of their world. Enkidu felt a magnetic pull toward him, as if they were two pieces of a puzzle, longing to fit together. "Who are you, wild one?" Gilgamesh's voice boomed, resonating with command. Enkidu's heart thundered in his chest. He was more than a mere creature of the forest now. He was a force of nature, a being who had crossed the barrier between worlds. "I am Enkidu," he replied, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I come from the woods, where the wild things roam." The king's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a smile broke across his face, both fierce and welcoming. In that instant, an unspoken bond formed between them, igniting a spark that would set their destinies ablaze. Yet beneath the surface lay an undercurrent of tension, a realization that their fates were entwined in ways neither could fully comprehend. As the night deepened, the air thickened with an electric charge, the promise of adventure crackling around them. Enkidu sensed it, a shift, a turning point. The city of Uruk, with all its splendor and struggles, stood at the brink of change, and he was no longer an outsider. He was a part of something greater, a force that could tip the scales of fate. Yet, as he looked into the eyes of Gilgamesh, a question loomed heavy in the air. Would he become a savior to the people of Uruk, or would the trials ahead consume him whole? The tension swelled, a palpable force weaving through the night, entwining their paths as they stepped forward into the unknown. The wild heart of Enkidu beat fiercely against the backdrop of civilization, a reminder of his origins even as he stood on the precipice of destiny. Together, he and Gilgamesh would navigate the tumultuous waters of power, friendship, and the harsh truths of humanity. The journey ahead was fraught with trials that would push them to their limits. But in that moment, as the first stars twinkled above, hope flickered anew. In the shadows of Uruk, the night whispered secrets yet to be revealed. The adventures of two destined heroes, just beginning to unfurl before them. The air crackled with anticipation, and as the first light of dawn began to break, the city breathed in the promise of new beginnings, unaware of the epic tale about to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient city of Uruk, a beacon of civilization cradled by the Euphrates River. Its walls, thick and towering, held stories of kings and gods, of triumphs and tragedies. But within those walls, a storm was brewing, a clash that would echo through the ages. Gilgamesh, the mighty king, stood upon his palace balcony, his heart a tempest of ambition and restlessness. He was two-thirds divine, a towering figure who reveled in power, yet felt a gnawing emptiness deep within his soul. The people praised him. They sang of his strength and beauty, but whispers of discontent hung thick in the air. They feared him, for he took what he wanted without mercy. His wild spirit craved a companion, someone to challenge him, someone who would not cower in his presence. Little did he know, fate had woven a thread that would soon draw him into a confrontation with a force unlike any other. Meanwhile, far from Uruk, in the untamed wilds, a man unlike any other roamed. Enkidu, a wild man forged from clay and water, lived among the animals of the steppe. His hair was matted with the dust of the earth, his body strong and agile, a perfect harmony with nature. The animals adored him, and he understood their languages, a creature of pure instinct and freedom. Yet a whisper of a new world beckoned to him, a world where cities rose high and men etched their names in stone. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a subtle tension crackled in the air. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat before chaos. Enkidu sensed it, an electric pull drawing him toward Uruk, toward the king. Unbeknownst to him, the same pull tugged at Gilgamesh, whose restless spirit craved a rival, a match that could spark the flames of friendship or the heat of battle. The city gates stood open wide, yet Gilgamesh felt a heaviness in his chest. The people watched him with a mix of reverence and fear, but their eyes glimmered with a hope that perhaps today would be different. Today, he would no longer be alone. As he strode through the marketplace, the vibrant colors and aromas of spices swirled around him. But his mind was elsewhere, drawn to the primal force that approached. Enkidu, guided by an unseen hand, crossed the threshold of the city. His feet, bare and powerful, struck the cobblestones like thunder. The crowd turned, gasping in a collective intake of breath. The wild man stood there, a living testament to nature's raw beauty. His skin glistened with the sweat of the earth. His eyes, fierce and untamed, locked onto Gilgamesh. In that moment, the air crackled with tension, as if the universe had paused, holding its breath in anticipation. Gilgamesh, towering and formidable, regarded Enkidu with a mixture of fascination and challenge. Here was a man who did not flinch at the sight of him. The king's heart raced, a primal beat echoing in his chest. He had faced many foes in battle, but none carried the essence of the wild. "Who dares to enter my city?" Gilgamesh's voice boomed, a mix of authority and curiosity. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken challenges. "I am Enkidu," the wild man replied, his voice deep and resonant, like the roar of the earth itself. "I come to fight you, king. Your tyranny ends today." A ripple of shock passed through the onlookers. They had seen Gilgamesh conquer giants and beasts alike, but the audacity of this wild man sent shivers down their spines. In that moment, the clash of titans was not just a physical battle, it was a collision of worlds. The civilized and the untamed, the king and the wild man. Gilgamesh felt a surge of exhilaration wash over him. This was what he had longed for, a challenge that stirred his very soul. The crowd parted, forming a circle, a theater of anticipation. Their hearts beat in unison as the two men squared off, tension thick in the air. With a roar that echoed through the streets, Gilgamesh charged forward, muscles coiled, his strength unmatched. But Enkidu stood his ground, unyielding like a mountain. They collided, a thunderous crash that made the very earth tremble beneath them. Fists flew, powerful and merciless. Gilgamesh struck with the fury of a lion, while Enkidu countered with the grace of a gazelle. The city held its breath. The king, so often a figure of unyielding strength, found himself matched by this wild man, a creature born from the earth itself. Sweat poured down their faces, mingling with the dust of the street. With each blow exchanged, a bond began to form, unspoken yet powerful. It was a struggle of wills, a dance of life and death, but within that chaos lay an unexpected spark: respect. The crowd gasped as the fight raged on, their hearts in turmoil. They had come to witness a battle, yet what they saw was the birth of something profound. Each punch, each kick, drew them closer to a truth that lay hidden beneath the surface, a friendship forged in fire. Then, in a moment of sheer force, Gilgamesh tackled Enkidu to the ground. The wild man, quick as a flash, rolled and reversed their positions, pinning the king beneath him. Eyes locked, breath heavy, they paused, suspended in time, on the precipice of something more than conflict. In that heartbeat, the world slowed, and a sense of understanding flickered between them. Here lay two souls, both strong, both searching for connection, in a world that often felt isolating. The fight had ceased to be about dominance. It morphed into something deeper, something raw. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness began to cloak the city. But the fire ignited between Gilgamesh and Enkidu burned brighter than ever. The crowd gasped, sensing the shift, the energy swirling in the air like a living thing. They were no longer just witnesses to a battle, they were part of a moment that would be etched in history. A moment when two titans met, not just in conflict, but in the embrace of destiny. Time seemed to stretch, and with it, the promise of adventure loomed ever closer. The clash had drawn a line in the sand, but it was a line that hinted at a shared journey, an exploration of friendship that lay ahead. The world outside Uruk faded, leaving only the throbbing pulse of excitement, the promise of what was yet to come. In the bustling city of Uruk, where the sun cast long shadows over the mud-brick houses, a king walked the streets with the weight of his crown heavy on his brow. Gilgamesh, a man both revered and feared, ruled with an iron fist. His strength was unmatched, yet a hollow echo filled the chambers of his heart. He was a warrior, a builder, a visionary, but loneliness wrapped around him like a shroud. The people whispered tales of his dreams, of his adventures, yet he remained isolated on his throne, a titan among men. One day, as he faced the morning sun, a cry broke the silence of his heart. It was the sound of wild animals, a symphony of growls and roars, a testament to the untamed wilderness just outside the city walls. It was there, in the wild, that a creature roamed, Enkidu, a being forged from the earth itself. He was wild, covered in hair, and lived among the beasts, embodying the spirit of nature. The animals knew him, trusted him, and in return, he protected them. Yet there was a storm brewing within him, a stirring that called him beyond the hills and streams, a yearning to understand the world of men. The day their paths crossed was a day unlike any other. Gilgamesh, seeking a challenge and a way to quell the discontent of his people, decided to venture into the wild. His heart raced with anticipation, but also with the knowledge that a part of him sought something more than mere conquest. He was searching for a friend, a connection that transcended the boundaries of power and pride. As the king approached, Enkidu could sense the shift in the air. The forest grew silent, and even the winds seemed to hold their breath. When they finally met, it was as though two forces of nature collided. Gilgamesh, with his regal armor glistening, and Enkidu, a man of the earth, raw and unrefined. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, the world around them faded. Neither knew it yet, but this was the beginning of a bond that would shake the very foundations of their existence. Initially, it was a clash of titans. Gilgamesh, with his pride, lunged at Enkidu, seeking to establish dominance, while Enkidu, fueled by his fierce spirit and loyalty to the wild, met him with equal ferocity. The ground trembled beneath them as they wrestled, their bodies entwined in a battle of strength and will. But as the dust settled, something unexpected happened. In the midst of struggle, laughter broke out, a sound that was foreign to both. They were no longer mere adversaries, they were equals. What began as a rivalry transformed into a friendship that neither man had anticipated. Gilgamesh, with his tales of glory and dreams of immortality, found solace in Enkidu's simple wisdom and deep connection to nature. Enkidu, in turn, learned of the world beyond the wild, of cities and people, of love and loss. They walked side by side, their conversations a blend of laughter and contemplation, each bringing forth the best in the other. As days turned into nights, the bond grew stronger. They roamed through the forests, splashed in rivers, and faced challenges together. Gilgamesh introduced Enkidu to the wonders of civilization, while Enkidu taught Gilgamesh about humility and respect for all living things. It was an exchange of worlds, a blending of the wild with the civilized, a dance of harmony that echoed across the land. But the peace they found was not destined to last. Whispers of a monster called Humbaba reached their ears, a creature that guarded the cedar forest, a place of great beauty and power. The allure of adventure and the promise of glory ignited a fire in Gilgamesh's heart. He wanted to conquer Humbaba, to prove himself as the ultimate hero, and he wanted Enkidu by his side. There was an unspoken bond, a trust that had blossomed between them, and leaving Enkidu behind was not an option. As they stood at the edge of the forest, the towering trees casting shadows that danced in the twilight, fear and excitement intertwined. Gilgamesh, brimming with bravado, turned to Enkidu, his eyes alight with ambition. Together we will face this creature. Together we will carve our names into the stars. His voice echoed through the trees, but beneath the bravado lay a flicker of uncertainty. Enkidu felt it too, the weight of their journey ahead, the danger that lurked in the shadows. Gilgamesh, Enkidu said, his voice steady yet soft. This is a fight unlike any other. It is not only a creature we face, but also the wrath of the gods. The gravity of his words hung between them like an unspoken promise, a reminder of the fragility of life. Yet Gilgamesh's heart pulsed with the thrill of adventure, and he would not be dissuaded. Their destinies were intertwined, and together they would forge ahead into the unknown. As they ventured deeper into the cedar forest, every rustle of leaves sent shivers down their spines. The air grew thick with tension, and a sense of foreboding loomed. Yet, with each step, their friendship fortified them. They were not just two warriors, they were brothers, bound by loyalty and a shared purpose. The fear of losing one another was palpable, yet it only deepened their resolve to fight for their dreams. With each heartbeat, they could feel the power of the forest enveloping them. The trees whispered secrets of ancient battles. The earth beneath their feet pulsed with the memories of those who had come before. The bond between Gilgamesh and Enkidu was not just a friendship, it was a force of nature, a testament to the unfathomable connections that can form in the face of adversity. As the shadows grew longer and the danger drew nearer, they realized that their greatest challenge was not the creature they sought to confront, but the understanding that the strength of friendship could indeed change the course of fate. They were about to face the monster of legend, but the true test lay in how they would face the trials ahead, together, united in spirit and heart. And as the night fell, they prepared to step into the unfolding darkness, with their bond lighting the way forward. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient city of Uruk. Stone walls, towering and proud, whispered tales of gods and kings. Among those stories, one name echoed louder than the rest: Gilgamesh. His ambition was a blazing fire, illuminating the hearts of those who dared to dream. He was a king, yes, but more than that, he was a force of nature, fueled by an insatiable thirst for fame that coursed through his veins like lifeblood. Gilgamesh stood on the balcony of his grand palace, gazing out at the sprawling expanse of his kingdom. The streets buzzed with life, merchants selling their wares, children laughing, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakeries. Yet, in his heart, a different sound echoed, a cry for something greater. He longed for a legacy that would transcend time, a story that would be sung by bards for centuries to come. What is a king without a name etched in the halls of eternity? He mused, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. In his quest for fame, Gilgamesh sought the thrill of adventure, the kind that would carve his name into the stars. He remembered the tales of heroes past, their exploits woven into the very fabric of his being. There was Enkidu, a wild man created from the earth who would rise to stand by his side. Together they would chase the impossible, facing monsters and gods alike. But first, he needed to summon Enkidu, to awaken the spirit of friendship and bravery within his own heart. One fateful night, as stars twinkled like diamonds against the velvet sky, Gilgamesh ventured into the wilderness, his heart pounding with anticipation. He called out for Enkidu, his voice echoing through the hills and valleys. The wind seemed to hold his breath, as if the world itself awaited the union of these two souls. Moments stretched into eternity before the wild man emerged from the shadows, eyes blazing with a primal fire. They stood face to face, two forces destined to collide, and in that instant, the air crackled with electric potential. The bond between them was immediate and fierce. Gilgamesh, the ruler of Uruk, found in Enkidu a kindred spirit, one who matched his strength and spirit. They laughed, they fought, and in each other's company they felt invincible. Yet beneath the thrill of their friendship lay an undercurrent of something darker: Gilgamesh's relentless desire for immortality. Fame alone was not enough. He craved to be remembered as a god. The next dawn broke with a challenge that stirred their adventurous hearts: a journey to confront Humbaba, the guardian of the cedar forest, who was said to be a monstrous creature, a force of nature that no man dared to face alone. Gilgamesh's eyes sparkled with determination. This would be his chance to secure his place among the legends. He spoke of the glory that awaited them, painting pictures of their names being sung in every corner of the land. Enkidu hesitated, sensing the weight of what they were about to undertake, but the fire in Gilgamesh's heart ignited his own spirit. As they journeyed through the dense forests, the air turned thick with anticipation. Every rustle of leaves seemed to whisper warnings. Every shadow held the potential for danger. Gilgamesh pressed on, driven by the thought of his name echoing through the ages. "Fear is for the weak," he declared, his voice a thrilling roar against the encroaching darkness. Enkidu, torn between loyalty and trepidation, followed closely, feeling the gravity of his friend's ambition. They reached the cedar forest, the towering trees standing like ancient sentinels. It was a place of beauty and terror, and as they moved deeper into its heart, the atmosphere shifted. Suddenly, a roar shattered the stillness, vibrating through their bones. Humbaba emerged, a creature of nightmares, a guardian wrapped in shadows and wrath. The moment was electric, the air thick with tension, as Gilgamesh and Enkidu faced their greatest test. The battle that ensued was a clash of titans, a dance between life and death. Gilgamesh's heart raced. He could feel the weight of history pressing down on them. Every blow exchanged echoed loudly, a symphony of courage and fear. In his mind, he could hear the songs that would be sung of their bravery, the tales that would be told for generations. But as the fight raged on, doubt crept in. What if this was not the path to his desired fame? What if he fell here, forgotten in the annals of time? Yet, as if fueled by the very gods, Gilgamesh pushed through the pain. He and Enkidu fought as one, their souls intertwined in the heat of battle. Together, they defeated Humbaba, claiming the forest's treasures as their own. The thrill of victory surged through Gilgamesh, filling him with a euphoric high. But even as he tasted the sweetness of fame, a shadow loomed in the back of his mind. Was this what he truly sought? Was it enough to conquer monsters and claim glory if the price was his own humanity? They returned to Uruk, heroes in the eyes of the people. The city erupted into celebration, songs were sung, and feasts were held in their honor. But as Gilgamesh stood before his subjects, basking in their adoration, an emptiness gnawed at him. He had achieved fame, yes, but with each cheer, he felt the weight of his ambition growing heavier. The face of Enkidu, loyal and faithful, flickered in his mind, reminding him of the bond they had forged in the heat of battle. As the night wore on, the revelry transformed into a quiet reflection. While the people hailed him as a god, deep down, Gilgamesh felt the tug of something more profound, a need for understanding, a thirst for knowledge that could not be quenched by mere fame. He realized that in his quest for immortality, he had perhaps lost sight of the very essence of life itself, friendship, love, and the moments that truly define a man. And with that realization, the fire in his heart shifted, igniting a new quest, one that would take him beyond the walls of Uruk and deeper into the unknown. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, but the desire to grasp the essence of existence burned brighter than ever. The songs of glory would fade, but the journey for truth, for the understanding of what it meant to be human, was just beginning. The chatter of ancient trees whispered secrets as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the rugged terrain. The cedar forest loomed ahead, its towering giants standing as both guardians and witnesses to countless stories etched into the fabric of time. Each cedar, with its gnarled roots gripping the earth, seemed to pulse with life, as if aware of the impending expedition that would soon disturb its age-old tranquility. The air crackled with anticipation as the explorers gathered, a motley crew bonded by dreams of adventure and the promise of glory. Among them was Elias, a seasoned cartographer whose maps were not just lines and symbols, but vessels of dreams. He stood, staring into the forest, feeling the weight of history pressing down on him. The cedar forest was more than a destination. It was a living tapestry woven from myth and reality, where the scent of pine mingled with the faint echoes of ancient kings who had once roamed beneath its boughs. With a flick of his wrist, Elias unfurled his map, the parchment crinkling softly, its surface marked with notes and sketches born from countless hours of research. Each symbol on the paper told a story, the rumored locations of mythical creatures, sacred groves where gods once walked, and the elusive paths leading into the heart of the forest. But the most critical line, the one that pulsed with urgency, was the route to the fabled Temple of the Cedar, said to be hidden deep within. Whispers among the group hinted at what awaited them, treasures of unimaginable worth, but also dangers that could snuff out their lives like a candle in a storm. Legends spoke of fierce protectors, spirits of the forest that were unforgiving to those with ill intentions. Fear mingled with excitement in their hearts, a volatile concoction that fueled their determination. As they gathered around a flickering campfire, silhouettes danced across the trees, and the crackling flames cast a warm glow on their eager faces. Each member of the expedition brought their own tales, their own dreams, and with every word spoken, the atmosphere thickened with camaraderie and tension. There was Lila, the botanist, whose passion for the flora was matched only by her fierce spirit. She believed that the cedar forest held rare plants with healing properties, waiting to be unveiled. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of enthusiasm and caution as she spoke of her aspirations. Then there was Kieran, the warrior, whose steely gaze and muscular frame belied the gentleness within. He had trained for years, not just for battle, but to protect his friends. His stories of past adventures held the audience captive, igniting images of bravery and sacrifice. The thought of defending the group against whatever lurked in the shadows sent shivers down their spines, though it was a thrill they welcomed. As the stars began to prickle the night sky, Elias took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon him. He had studied the cedar forest for years, but even the most meticulously crafted plans couldn't account for the unknown. He recalled the ancient texts he had pored over, the cautionary tales of explorers who had entered the forest, never to return. The cedar forest was a realm where time and reality twisted, where dreams could turn into nightmares. "Tomorrow we will step into the heart of it," he finally said, voice steady yet laced with an undercurrent of urgency. "We will follow the river to the sacred grove, and from there seek the temple. But we must remember, this forest guards its secrets fiercely. Respect it, and it may reveal wonders." The group nodded, determination glinting in their eyes. But beneath it all lay a flicker of fear. Would they be worthy of the forest's blessings, or would they unleash a wrath they could not comprehend? The night wore on, each crack of the fire punctuating the tension in the air. As the flames flickered, illuminating the faces of the explorers, a realization settled in, a shared understanding of what lay ahead. They were not just seeking treasure or knowledge. They were about to challenge the very essence of nature itself, and that essence had a way of exposing human frailty. As the first light of dawn crept into the sky, casting a soft glow on the world, the group rose, their hearts pounding with a mixture of excitement and fear. They fastened their gear, tightening straps and checking supplies, each click and clank echoing the gravity of their purpose. Elias felt a surge of energy flow through him as he surveyed the others, their resolve painted across their faces. They set out, their footsteps crunching on the forest floor, the air thick with the scent of cedar and earth. The trees stood like sentinels, watching, waiting. Each step drew them deeper into the unknown, and with each step, the whispers of the forest grew louder, filling their minds with both dread and wonder. A sudden rustle sent their hearts racing, and Kieran instinctively raised his weapon, eyes scanning the underbrush. "What was that?" he murmured, the tension palpable. Silence enveloped them as they strained to listen, the very air thick with anticipation. Every leaf that fluttered, every branch that creaked felt amplified, as if the forest itself was breathing, alive with ancient power. Elias motioned for silence, his eyes narrowing. This was the moment where they would either prove their worth or succumb to the legend that had haunted countless souls before them. The shadows danced around them, and they pressed on, hearts pounding, adrenaline coursing through their veins. The path twisted and turned, revealing breathtaking views of towering cedars, their trunks massive and gnarled. Sunlight filtered through the branches, creating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow. Yet, with every beautiful sight, an undercurrent of apprehension whispered in their minds. What awaited them at the temple? Would they find answers, or would the forest keep its secrets buried forever? Just as the sun reached its zenith, illuminating the forest in a golden hue, a sudden chill swept through the air. The ground trembled slightly, sending a shiver down their spines. The forest was shifting, rearranging itself as if aware of their presence. The tension was palpable. They were not mere visitors in this ancient realm, they were intruders. Elias led the way, a sense of urgency propelling him forward. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, the hopes and dreams of his companions resting in his hands. With every step, he knew that destiny was unfurling before them, a tapestry woven with threads of bravery, fear, and the promise of the unknown. The cedar forest awaited, and they were on the brink of something monumental, something that would change their lives forever. The towering cedars of Lebanon stood like sentinels against the sky, their fragrant boughs whispering ancient secrets. Beneath their mighty branches, the air shimmered with a tension so palpable that even the bravest of hearts would quicken at the thought of stepping into the shadows. For within that lush expanse, a creature of nightmares awaited, a guardian so fierce he was spoken of in hushed tones, Humbaba the Terrible. Legends spoke of his fearsome visage, a head crowned with horns, skin that glistened like polished bronze, and eyes aflame with the light of 1,000 suns. Those who ventured too close felt the weight of his gaze, a heavy reminder that he was the protector of this sacred forest. an ancient realm where gods once roamed freely, and the scent of cedar mingled with the breath of the earth itself. Humbaba was not merely a guardian, he was a force of nature, embodying the wildness of the woods and the wrath of the deities. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and crimson, a group of young adventurers gathered at the edge of the forest. They shared nervous glances, each aware of the stories that wove through their village like threads in a tapestry. The tales of Humbaba had seeped into their lives, instilling a mixture of dread and curiosity. They whispered about his strength and the countless warriors who had fallen before him, their fates sealed by the guardian's merciless hand. Still, the allure of the cedar forest called to them, a siren song that promised glory and adventure. Among them was Gilgamesh, a king whose ambition outshone even the brightest stars. His heart raced not with fear, but with the intoxicating thrill of conquest. He sought not just the treasure that lay hidden within the forest depths, but the glory of defeating Humbaba himself. His companions, Enkidu, a wild man forged from the earth, and a motley crew of eager souls, felt the weight of Gilgamesh's resolve. They could not deny the magnetic pull of his fervor. Yes, they were scared, but the promise of fame danced in the air like fireflies in twilight. As they stepped into the shadowy embrace of the forest, the old trees seemed to lean in closer, their gnarled branches intertwined like ancient fingers gripping the air. The rustle of leaves and the distant call of creatures echoed around them, a whispering reminder of the life that thrived in the heart of the woodland. With each step, the atmosphere thickened, and a chill crept along their spines. The forest was alive, watching, waiting. Suddenly, a roar erupted, shaking the ground beneath their feet. It was a sound that pierced the night, primal and fierce, as if the very earth had unleashed its fury. The adventurers froze, terror gripping their hearts. "It's him," Enkidu murmured, his voice barely a whisper. They all felt it, that icy tendril of fear tightening around their throats. The legend of Humbaba had become flesh. He was no longer just a story told around the fire, but Gilgamesh, driven by an insatiable thirst for glory, pressed on. "We cannot turn back now," he urged, his voice rising above their fears. "This is our destiny." The others hesitated, caught in the throes of uncertainty. Yet, the fire ignited in Gilgamesh's eyes was impossible to ignore. They followed him deeper into the forest, determined to face whatever lurked within. The trees parted, revealing a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. At its center stood a mighty figure, larger than any they had imagined. Humbaba's presence was overwhelming. It was as if the very essence of the forest coalesced into this terrifying being. His eyes glowed with an intensity that seemed to pierce through their very souls, and his breath came in great gusts, stirring the leaves around him. "Who dares to enter my domain?" His voice thundered, echoing through the forest like rolling thunder. Gilgamesh stepped forward, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. "I am Gilgamesh, king of Uruk. I have come to challenge you." The words sounded bold, yet they trembled with an undercurrent of uncertainty. The forest held its breath, the silence stretching like a taut bowstring. Humbaba's laughter erupted, a deep, rumbling sound that reverberated off the trees. "You seek to defeat me? Many have tried, and all have failed." His gaze flickered over the young adventurers, their faces pale, eyes wide with terror. "You are but children playing at bravery." In that moment, time hung suspended. The weight of his words pressed down on them like a stone, and doubt began to seep into their hearts. But Gilgamesh would not back down. "I will not be afraid. I will prove my strength." He moved forward, determination burning bright within him. With a fearsome roar, Humbaba lunged, and the ground shook beneath his feet. The young adventurers scattered, heartbeats racing as they darted for cover. Gilgamesh stood firm, adrenaline coursing through his veins. But even he could feel the enormity of the creature before him. It was as if the very fabric of the forest was woven around Humbaba, granting him strength beyond comprehension. As the battle erupted, the clash of strength against strength reverberated through the cedar trees. The air crackled with tension. The heart of the forest itself seemed to pulse in time with the struggle of man against beast. Gilgamesh, fueled by the desire for glory, lunged forward with all his might. But Humbaba was a force of nature, a tempest in the guise of a monster, and with each strike he sent shockwaves through the earth. The forest roared in response, leaves fluttering as if caught in a storm. The very essence of the cedars seemed to rise up, echoing the cries of those who had fallen before. The past whispered with urgency, tales of blood and valor mingling with the present. It was a clash not just of two beings, but of destiny and ambition, a dance of fate that would resonate through the ages. As the battle raged on, the air thickened with the scent of cedar and sweat, the tension rising like the sun on a summer's day. Each blow exchanged was a heartbeat, a moment hanging in time, echoing the unending struggle between man and the wild. Would the forest allow its guardian to be vanquished? Would the tales of Humbaba become mere memories? Or would they weave into a new legend, forever altering the course of existence? The answer loomed just beyond the horizon, shrouded in the shadows of the ancient trees, waiting to unfold. The pulse of the cedar forest quickened, and the fate of the young adventurers hung perilously in the balance, their lives intertwined with the great and terrible Humbaba. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient cedar forest of Lebanon, a place where the air was thick with the scent of trees and whispered legends. Gilgamesh, his heart pounding like a war drum, stood at the edge of the clearing, his eyes locked on the monstrous figure that loomed ahead. The towering form of Humbaba, guardian of the cedar forest, was a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. His skin was like hardened clay, mottled and scarred, glowing faintly in the dusky light. The very ground shook as Humbaba moved, and the trees seemed to shiver in fear, their leaves rustling like frightened whispers. Fear clutched at Gilgamesh's chest, but it was quickly ignited by the fire of determination. He had traversed countless obstacles to reach this moment, and the weight of his quest bore heavily upon his shoulders. His companion Enkidu stood beside him, a wild man shaped by the earth itself, his soul tethered to the natural world that Humbaba terrorized. As the two heroes shared a glance, an unspoken bond shimmered between them, a promise of loyalty, of friendship. "Are you ready?" Gilgamesh's voice barely rose above the rustling leaves, but it was filled with a fierce resolve. Enkidu, his eyes reflecting a fierce light, nodded slowly, though uncertainty lay like a shadow beneath the surface. They both understood the stakes. This battle was more than a mere clash of flesh and force. It was a test of their courage, their very identities. Humbaba was not just a monster. He was a symbol of everything they had to overcome, a guardian of an ancient realm that they dared to invade. From within the shadows, a deep growl rumbled, reverberating through the earth. Humbaba's voice, like thunder, rolled across the mountains, boomed into the air. "Who dares to enter my forest? I will feast upon your bones." His eyes glowed with a fierce light, a warning that sent chills down the spine of even the bravest warrior. Gilgamesh clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of adrenaline. He stepped forward, his heart a wild symphony in his chest. "We are Gilgamesh and Enkidu. We seek glory, and we shall take what you guard so fiercely." His words hung in the air like a challenge, echoing through the trees, stirring something primal within him. Humbaba laughed, a sound that was both mocking and terrifying. "Glory? You seek glory while you trespass in my domain. Your arrogance will be your undoing." With a swift movement, he swatted a massive branch from a nearby cedar tree, sending it crashing to the ground like a fallen giant. The reverberation of the impact shook the ground beneath their feet, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, caught in the tension of the moment. As Gilgamesh and Enkidu stepped into the clearing, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. They were dwarfed by the enormity of Humbaba. Each step closer, a battle between fear and resolve. The sun dipped further, casting an eerie glow over the scene, illuminating the tension that hung in the air like a heavy fog. It felt as if time had momentarily paused, allowing the weight of what was to come to settle like a shroud. With a roar that echoed through the trees, Humbaba lunged forward, his immense hands reaching out to crush the two intruders. Instinct took over as Gilgamesh dodged to the side, adrenaline surging through his veins. Enkidu sprang into action, leaping with an agility that belied his size, aiming for Humbaba's knee. The wild man's strength was formidable, but against such a fearsome foe it felt like a pebble against a mountain. As they battled, Gilgamesh felt time warp around him. Memories of his past, the city of Uruk, the people who depended on him, flashed through his mind. Each moment fueled his fire, igniting a passion deep within. He couldn't fail. He wouldn't fail. Enkidu grappled with Humbaba, his body straining under the weight of the monstrous guardian. The wild man's face was a mask of determination, his heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the earth. He had fought many battles, but this one felt different, heavier, as if the very fate of their journey rested on their shoulders. Suddenly, Humbaba unleashed a terrifying roar that echoed through the forest, a sound that sent birds flying and animals scurrying in terror. "You dare challenge me? I will show you the true meaning of fear." With a swift movement, he swung his massive arm, a force of nature that threatened to knock them both off their feet. Gilgamesh, propelled by instinct, dove low, feeling the rush of wind as Humbaba's arm passed mere inches above him. The intensity of the moment surged, and for a fleeting instant, time stretched, allowing Gilgamesh to grasp the enormity of their struggle. He was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for the legacy of his people, for the tales that would echo through generations. "Together," he shouted, rallying Enkidu, who was already repositioning himself for another assault. They had come too far to falter now. They had to stand united against the storm. Breathing heavily, their hearts racing in sync, they moved as one. Gilgamesh called upon every ounce of strength, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, while Enkidu embodied the spirit of the wild. They charged at Humbaba, a whirlwind of fury and ambition, unwilling to back down, refusing to let fear dictate their fate. With every blow, the forest trembled, and the very air crackled with energy. Gilgamesh and Enkidu danced around Humbaba, dodging his formidable strikes, striking back with a ferocity that had not been seen in ages. The battle raged on, a clash of titans that felt as if the world itself would bow to the outcome. Humbaba's breath grew ragged, and the monstrous guardian, once so intimidating, showed signs of faltering. Each moment felt like an eternity, every heartbeat like a countdown to destiny. Just when it seemed they were gaining the upper hand, Humbaba unleashed a roar that pierced the veil of the forest, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The cedar trees trembled, and the sky darkened, a storm brewing above them as the conflict escalated. In that heartbeat, it became clear this was a battle not just of strength, but of spirit. Each man fought not only for survival, but for the very essence of who they were. The confrontation with Humbaba would become a defining moment in their lives, a tale passed down through the ages, forever echoing in the annals of history. The sun cast long shadows over the cedar forest, a place where the air thickened with the scent of ancient trees and a lingering sense of danger. Gilgamesh, the mighty king of Uruk, stood at the edge of that forest, his heart pounding in his chest. He stared into the depths where the infamous Humbaba, guardian of the cedar trees, awaited like a storm, ready to unleash its fury. Many had tried to defeat the monster, and all had failed, their stories lost to the whispers of the wind. Yet there was one who stood by his side, a wild man named Enkidu, forged from the earth and born of the wilderness. Together, they would face the terror lurking within. As Gilgamesh tightened his grip on his sword, he felt the warmth of Enkidu's presence beside him. The bond between them was stronger than mere friendship. It was a connection that defied the very laws of nature. Enkidu, once a creature of the wild, had been shaped by the gods to become a companion to the king. His heart beat in harmony with Gilgamesh's, each thud echoing the promise of loyalty and courage. The very air crackled with tension as they prepared to face the beast that had haunted the dreams of warriors for generations. "Do not fear, my friend," Enkidu said, his voice a deep rumble, filled with the strength of the earth itself. "Together, we are more than just men. We are a force that even Humbaba cannot withstand." Gilgamesh nodded, feeling a surge of confidence from Enkidu's words. They had each other, and that was everything in a world filled with uncertainty and peril. As they advanced into the forest, the atmosphere shifted. The trees loomed overhead, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out, as if warning them to turn back. But Gilgamesh and Enkidu pressed on, driven by a shared determination. With each step, the darkness thickened and the silence grew heavy, the only sound being the crunch of leaves beneath their feet. The forest felt alive, watching, waiting, and soon They found themselves at the mouth of Humbaba's lair. Suddenly a voice boomed through the trees, a voice that could shatter mountains. "Who dares enter my domain?" Humbaba's presence was palpable, a dark shadow that loomed over the entrance with eyes that glowed like embers. The air vibrated with his rage, and the very ground trembled beneath their feet. Gilgamesh's heart raced, but there was Enkidu, his steadfast companion, standing resolute beside him. With a fierce determination, Gilgamesh stepped forward. "It is I, Gilgamesh, king of Uruk. I have come to defeat you." His voice rang out, echoing against the ancient trees. Yet, even as he declared his intent, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. How could one man conquer a beast born of nightmares? Enkidu sensed his friend's hesitation. "Remember our bond, Gilgamesh. We are stronger together. Trust in that." A fire ignited in Gilgamesh's chest at Enkidu's words. He realized that their friendship was not merely a support system. It was a source of power, a weapon that could cut through darkness. As Humbaba emerged, towering over them like a mountain, the duo prepared for the battle that would echo through the ages. The beast roared, a sound that sent shivers through the very bones of the earth. "You think you can defeat me?" he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. "I am the guardian of the cedar, a creature of the gods. I will crush you." The moment hung in the air, thick with fear and anticipation. Gilgamesh's heart raced, and in that heartbeat, he felt Enkidu's hand clasp his shoulder, grounding him. "We are brothers in this fight," Enkidu whispered, his fierce eyes locked onto the beast. "Let your fear turn to strength." With a roar of defiance, they charged together. Gilgamesh swung his sword, gleaming in the dim light, while Enkidu leaped forward, a wild force of nature. The clash between them and Humbaba was cataclysmic. Each strike resonated with the echoes of history, the ground shaking as they fought for their lives. It was not just a battle of strength, but of wills, a testament to the unbreakable bond formed in friendship. As the fight raged on, Gilgamesh and Enkidu found their rhythm, their movements synchronizing as if choreographed by the gods themselves. Enkidu's wildness complemented Gilgamesh's strength, and together they became a whirlwind of fury against the monstrous guardian. Every blow exchanged sent ripples through the forest, as if nature itself held its breath, captivated by the fierce determination of these two heroes. Humbaba, stunned by their unity, faltered for a brief moment. That was all it took. Enkidu seized the opportunity, darting in with a ferocity that could only come from the deepest part of his being. "Now, Gilgamesh, strike!" he shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. With renewed vigor, the king delivered a blow that echoed through the ages, striking Humbaba down. Yet, even as the victory hung in the air, a bittersweet realization washed over them. Humbaba, the guardian of the cedar, was defeated, but the cost of their triumph loomed large. The forest, once a sanctuary, now felt empty, a shadow of what it had been. The friends stood side by side, panting, the weight of their actions settling heavily upon them. They had won, but at what price? As they caught their breath, the silence that followed was deafening. It was a moment suspended in time, a mix of triumph and sorrow, where the bond of friendship faced the harsh realities of their choices. Enkidu turned to Gilgamesh, his expression a mix of pride and concern. "What have we done, my friend?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Gilgamesh's heart sank. Victory felt hollow, and in that instant, he understood that true strength was not just about conquering foes. It was about understanding the weight of their actions and the impact they had on the world around them. The power of friendship had led them to this moment, but it was also a reminder of the responsibility that came with it. But before they could dwell too long on the implications of their actions, a wind swept through the forest, carrying with it the whispers of the past and the promise of a new dawn. The bond between them shimmered like the stars above, a fierce light that would guide them through the challenges yet to come. The adventure was far from over, and together they would face whatever awaited them in the shadows. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows over the ancient city of Uruk. Its towering walls, built with the sweat of countless laborers, seemed to whisper the tales of its mighty ruler, Gilgamesh. But on this fateful day, the whispers carried an ominous tone, echoing the discontent of the gods. The people felt it too, a chill that settled in their bones, a premonition that something monumental was brewing. Gilgamesh, the king, who had long stood as both a protector and a tyrant, could feel it in the air. His heart raced as he pondered the consequences of his recent choices. He had chased glory and immortality, ignoring the cries of the very people who had built his empire. The gods had reached their limit, and he had unknowingly stirred their wrath. With each passing moment, the weight of their anger grew heavier, like the storm clouds gathering above his head. In the quiet of his palace, he recalled the fateful events that had led to this impending doom. He remembered the wild bull he had slain, a gift to the heavens. It had been a show of strength, a demonstration of his power over nature. But little did he know the act had angered the goddess Ishtar, the very embodiment of love and war. Her heart, once warmed by admiration, now boiled with rage. As she gazed down from her celestial perch, she vowed to teach Gilgamesh a lesson he would never forget. The people of Uruk were blissfully ignorant of the brewing storm. They reveled in the king's exploits, celebrating his victories with joyous laughter. Yet, as the darkness enveloped the city, their cheers faltered, replaced by a sense of foreboding. The vibrant market square, once alive with the sounds of bartering and merriment, fell silent. Farmers paused, merchants halted. A collective shiver passed through the crowd as they sensed an unseen threat. Then came the earth-shattering roar of the Bull of Heaven, sent by Ishtar as punishment. Its thunderous footsteps echoed through the valley, shaking the very ground beneath them. The beast charged toward Uruk, a creature of divine wrath, and panic ensued. Women clutched their children, men grabbed their spears, and the city erupted into chaos. It was a scene that would be etched into the annals of history, a testament to the price of hubris. In the midst of the chaos, Gilgamesh stood firm, his eyes blazing with defiance. He could feel the power coursing through his veins, the thrill of battle igniting his senses. His friend Enkidu, a wild man forged from the earth, stood by his side, ready to defend their home. The two heroes united against the bull, their strength a blend of humanity and nature. Together, they fought valiantly, but the creature was relentless, embodying the fury of the gods. Each clash of steel against bone sent vibrations through the air, a reminder of the stakes at hand. With every wound inflicted, the anger of Ishtar seemed to seep deeper into their souls. It was not just a battle for survival, it was a fight against the very forces of the universe. As Gilgamesh struck the final blow, the bull fell, its life extinguished. But at what cost? In that moment of triumph, an eerie silence fell over the land. The skies darkened, clouds swirling ominously, as if reflecting the turmoil in Gilgamesh's heart. In that stillness, the weight of the god's anger became palpable. Enkidu, bloodied and weary, felt a shiver run down his spine. "We have angered them," he whispered, his voice trembling, his breath heavy with the scent of sweat and fear. Gilgamesh, still caught in the fervor of victory, brushed off the warning, but doubt gnawed at his insides, a seed planted by the god's fury. Days passed, and the repercussions of their actions began to unfold. A sickness gripped Enkidu, an affliction that no healer could cure. The once mighty wild man faded, his strength waning. The bond between him and Gilgamesh deepened, yet the specter of death loomed closer with each heartbeat. Uruk's joy turned to despair as the king watched his friend suffer, helpless and broken. The laughter that once filled the streets was replaced by sobs and whispered prayers, as the people too began to pay the price for their king's arrogance. Gilgamesh, consumed by grief, sought answers from the gods, but their silence weighed heavier than the burdens of the past. He could feel the throne of Uruk slipping from his grasp, the very foundation of his identity crumbling. In the shadows of his palace, he remembered the warnings of his mother, the goddess Ninsun, who had urged him to honor the gods. But it was too late. The gods had already etched their judgment into the fabric of his life. Desperation drove him to the wilds, a place where ancient spirits roamed free. He sought out Utnapishtim, the immortal sage who had once weathered the greatest flood. Gilgamesh's heart raced with the hope of finding a way to cheat death, to reclaim his friend, to restore the balance he had disrupted. But as he traversed the treacherous landscape, a bitter truth loomed before him. The gods were not to be trifled with. He could feel their eyes upon him, a reminder of the wrath he had invoked. The winds howled in protest, echoing the turmoil within him. The path was fraught with trials, yet Gilgamesh pushed forward, driven by love and loss. He would face whatever lay ahead, for deep down, He knew that the consequences of his actions were far from over. The god's anger was a storm on the horizon, gathering strength, and he was determined to confront it head-on. Each step resonated with a sense of urgency, a race against time, as the weight of fate tugged at his heels. Unbeknownst to him, the gods were already weaving their next move, their divine deliberations echoing through the heavens. They watched as Gilgamesh chased shadows, oblivious to the fact that the true cost of his actions had yet to be fully realized. The tapestry of fate was intricate, each thread binding him tighter in a web of consequences. In the depths of his quest, he was not just fighting for himself, but for all those who had felt the sting of his pride. And as the wind picked up, carrying whispers of his name, a chilling revelation dawned. The story was far from over. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden rays over the ancient city of Uruk, a place that had witnessed countless tales of glory and despair. The air was thick with anticipation, buzzing with the electric energy of returning heroes. As the gates of the city swung open, a wave of sound erupted. Cheers and chants filled the streets, echoing through the stone walls that had seen many a victory. Today, they would see another. Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, rode at the forefront of the procession, his presence unmistakable. Adorned in splendid armor, he was a figure of strength and authority, yet his heart raced with a mix of pride and humility. He had faced the wild and treacherous Enkidu, fought against the mighty Humbaba, and now returned with the spoils of war, the sacred cedar from the mountains, a symbol of triumph that would adorn the temples and homes of Uruk. His fame had spread like wildfire, and with it came the weight of expectation. Would he live up to the legends that were already being spun about him? As the procession moved through the streets, Gilgamesh felt the warmth of the people's adoration wash over him. Children rushed forward, their tiny hands reaching for his, their faces alight with wonder. He smiled, a genuine unguarded moment amidst the armor of a king. The laughter of the children mingled with the fierce joy of the adults, a chorus of celebration that made his heart swell. In this moment, he was not just a ruler, but a beacon of hope, a reminder of what they could achieve when united. Behind him, Enkidu rode, a stark contrast to the king, yet equally magnetic. The wild man turned hero, once an outcast of nature, now stood proud beside the king. He was the embodiment of strength and resilience, having transformed from a beast into a trusted companion. The people acknowledged him not just as Gilgamesh's friend, but as a symbol of the bridge between civilization and the wild. His eyes sparkled with mischief and gratitude, reflecting the bond they had forged in the fires of adventure. Together they had carved their names into the annals of history, and now their return was marked by the jubilation of an entire city. But as the sun began to set, draping the city in hues of crimson and violet, shadows crept in, whispering of challenges yet to come. The festive atmosphere held a tension, a subtle reminder that with great triumph often came greater trials. Gilgamesh, aware of the duality of fate, found his thoughts drifting to the future. What would it mean to carry this fame? Would he become a ruler revered or feared? The procession culminated at the grand temple of Anu, where offerings would be made and the tales of their adventures would be shared. The high priest stood waiting, draped in flowing white garments, his voice a steady anchor amidst the chaos of celebration. Gilgamesh dismounted, feeling the cool stones beneath his feet. The moment felt sacred, as if the earth itself held its breath in reverence. The crowd hushed, eyes fixed on their king, and time felt suspended. "Great Anu, we come before you," the priest intoned, raising his arms to the heavens. "We offer our thanks for the bravery shown and the victories won. These heroes stand before you, not as mere men, but as legends in the making." The crowd erupted into a frenzy of applause, a collective heartbeat that resonated through the very foundations of Uruk. Yet, in the deepest corners of Gilgamesh's mind, doubt flickered. Could he truly live up to the expectations of the people? The burden of his fame began to weigh heavily on his shoulders. As the evening deepened, the air thickened with the scents of roasted meats and sweet pastries. The banquet, a lavish affair, filled the great hall of the palace. Tables groaned under the weight of food, and the sound of laughter and clinking goblets mixed with the rhythmic beat of drums. Gilgamesh watched as his people celebrated, their joy infectious. Yet the shadows of his thoughts lingered. Tales of their adventures were recounted, each story more grand than the last. Enkidu's wild exploits drew laughter and gasps, while Gilgamesh's bravery was painted in heroic strokes. Yet amidst the revelry, a quiet disquiet gnawed at him. He remembered the forest they had conquered, the guardian they had slain. Was it right to celebrate so freely when the echoes of their battles still haunted the trees? But the night was young, and the revelers would not be calmed. They danced and sang, their voices rising like a prayer to the heavens. The music swelled, vibrant and lively, a tapestry woven with the threads of joy and remembrance. As the evening wore on, Gilgamesh joined in, allowing himself to be swept away in the tides of celebration. He danced as if his heart was unburdened, though the shadows of his thoughts remained close. Underneath the flickering lanterns, faces glowed with happiness. Yet within the depths of that joy lay a current of uncertainty. The people of Uruk knew their king had returned, but they also sensed the weight of his fame. As the night reached its zenith, whispers began to weave through the crowd, tales of distant lands and unseen foes. The people, intoxicated by victory, turned to their king, looking for signs of how to proceed, for guidance on the horizon. Gilgamesh felt the eyes of his people upon him, their hopes resting in his hands. A chill swept through him, as stark as the night air. In that moment, he understood the duality of his existence. He was both king and warrior, a man of flesh and blood, but also a legend in the making. His heart beat fiercely, echoing the pulse of the city, and as he raised his goblet high, he made a silent vow. He would honor his people, not just in tales of valor, but by facing whatever challenges lay ahead. As the celebration continued into the night, the shadows danced alongside the flickering flames, hinting at the mysteries and trials that awaited. The laughter and joy of Uruk, vibrant and alive, could not mask the whispers of destiny that hung heavy in the air. Time would unfurl its tapestry, revealing challenges that would test the bonds of friendship and the very essence of what it meant to be a king. The night was alive with promise, yet it pulsed with the ache of uncertainty, a prelude to what was to come. And in that moment, the king and his people stood united, unaware of the storm that gathered just beyond the horizon. In the flickering light of the torches, shadows danced across the stone walls of the great temple, echoing the heartbeat of 1,000 whispered prayers. The air was thick with tension as the people of Ur looked toward the altar, where their beloved goddess, Ishtar, would soon reveal her intentions. The scent of incense hung heavy, mingling with the fragrant oils used in sacred rituals, creating an atmosphere of anticipation that made every spine tingle with a mixture of hope and fear. At the center of the temple, the grand statue of Ishtar stood majestically, her eyes glimmering with an otherworldly light. She was the goddess of love and war, her duality deeply embedded in the hearts of her followers. They knew she could bring both joy and devastation, and today they awaited her blessing. The crowd murmured, a wave of hushed voices rising and falling like the tides, each soul present hoping to be touched by her divine grace. Among them was a young woman named Lila, her heart pounding in her chest. She had come not only as a devotee, but as a seeker of truth, longing for an answer to the ache that consumed her from within. She believed Ishtar could guide her, could grant her the wisdom to navigate the stormy seas of her emotions. As the sunlight slipped through the high windows, casting golden rays over the temple floor, Lila felt a shiver run down her spine. This was the day her life could change forever. Suddenly, the air crackled with energy. A hush fell over the crowd as a figure emerged from behind the statue, a priestess adorned in flowing garments, each thread woven with symbols of abundance and fertility. Her voice rang out, smooth and melodic, like the gentle trill of birds at dawn. Children of Ishtar, the time has come for her to speak. Prepare yourselves for the blessing of Ishtar. Lila's breath caught in her throat, a rush of emotion flooding her senses. She knew this was no ordinary blessing. It was a proposal, an invitation to intertwine their fates with the goddess who represented the very essence of love and desire. The priestess gestured dramatically, and the crowd leaned in, their hearts racing as if they were all one being, thrumming with collective anticipation. Ishtar desires a union, the priestess declared, her voice echoing off the ancient stones, a bond forged not in mere devotion, but in the depths of passion and purpose. She seeks champions to carry forth her will upon the earth. Who among you will answer her call? Lila's heart thundered in her chest. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, suffocating, yet exhilarating. The goddess was offering more than a blessing. She was offering a destiny. But what would it mean to accept such a gift? Would it be love, or would it bring the wrath of war? The sharp edges of doubt sliced through her excitement, leaving her breathless. Hope and fear clashed within her, as they did in the hearts of those gathered. Each individual dared to dream, envisioning themselves as the chosen ones, the warriors of Ishtar's love. Yet they also wondered, what sacrifice would be required? The uncertainty gnawed at them, but the glory of Ishtar's favor was too bright to ignore. The tension in the air twisted tighter, and Lila could almost hear her heart whispering, urging her to be brave. As the priestess continued, her voice a siren's call, Lila's gaze drifted to the statue of Ishtar. The goddess shone with an ethereal glow, her fierce beauty both captivating and intimidating. Lila felt a pull, an undeniable connection that made her pulse race. Could she be one of the chosen? Ishtar will not be swayed by mere promises. She demands authenticity. To be blessed is to offer your heart, your soul, and your unwavering loyalty, the priestess proclaimed, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. The goddess desires not just a follower, but a champion who will fight for love as fiercely as they would for their own blood. The crowd erupted into murmurs, excitement, and fear weaving together. Lila felt a swell of determination rising within her, an urge to step forward and claim her place. But just as quickly, a wave of doubt washed over her. Was she strong enough? Could she truly embody the essence of Ishtar? The question lingered in the air, heavy and unyielding, as the priestess continued her invocation. Let those who seek Ishtar's favor step forward. Let your intentions be known. The priestess's call reverberated through the temple, a command that echoed in the very bones of the earth. One by one, souls stepped into the light, their faces a mixture of hope and fear. Each candidate faced the statue, ready to declare their devotion, their willingness to fight for the goddess's grace. Lila's heart raced as she watched. The crowd's energy crackled like lightning, and she knew she had to make a choice. Every heartbeat felt like a drum, urging her to move, to join the ranks of those who sought Ishtar's blessing. She took a step forward, her legs trembling beneath her. Was she truly ready to embrace the unknown? With each step, Lila felt the energy shift, the world narrowing to the singular moment when she would stand before the goddess. As she approached, time seemed to stretch, the air thick with unspoken promises and the weight of potential futures. She could almost feel the warmth of Ishtar's gaze upon her, igniting a fire deep within her soul. The crowd fell silent, the world holding its breath as Lila stood before the altar, trembling yet resolute. This was the moment when everything could change, the moment when the goddess would reveal her desires. With a heart full of hope and trepidation, she prepared to offer herself to Ishtar, to become a vessel for the goddess's will. But what awaited her on the other side of this proposal? Would she find love, or would she plunge into the chaos of war? With the temple's silence weighing heavily on her, Lila raised her voice, ready to lay bare her heart. But suddenly, a figure appeared from the shadows, a rival, a whisper of jealousy dancing in the air. The tension spiked, a sharp intake of breath echoing through the crowd, as the path to Ishtar's favor widened, twisting in ways Lila never expected. In the ancient city of Uruk, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the grand walls, a tension hung in the air, heavy and electric. The great king Gilgamesh stood atop the walls, gazing out over his kingdom, a figure of strength and pride, with a heart that pulsed with the weight of his divine lineage. Even the whispers of the wind carried a foreboding, like the calm before a storm. Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, known for her fierce beauty and even fiercer temper, watched from her heavenly abode, her eyes glinting with mischief and desire. She had set her sights on the mighty Gilgamesh, the man who had captured the admiration of gods and mortals alike. His fame echoed through the ages, and Ishtar longed to claim him, to make him her consort. Yet there was more than just passion in her eyes. There was a thirst for power, a craving to dominate a man who dared to defy the natural order of things. As Gilgamesh strode through the bustling streets, the people of Uruk admired him, their king who was 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. But within his heart there was an ache, a longing for purpose that went beyond the conquest of cities and the adoration of his subjects. He had faced beasts, scaled mountains, and sought the secrets of immortality, yet the emptiness remained, a gnawing void that no earthly treasure could fill. Perhaps it was this very yearning that made him unyielding when Ishtar approached him, her beauty radiating like the dawn. "Gilgamesh," she called, her voice a sweet melody laced with danger. "Come, let us be together. You and I shall conquer the world, and I will give you the riches of the heavens. You will have my love, my strength, my power." But Gilgamesh, unbowed and defiant, felt the weight of her proposal suffocate him. He had seen the destruction left in the wake of her lovers, the brave warriors who had dared to accept her hand only to find themselves crushed beneath her wrath. The gods had not crafted her out of kindness. She was a tempest, beautiful yet devastating. "Ishtar," he replied, each word heavy with conviction, "your love is a trap, a snare for the unwary. I will not be another sacrifice to your whims. I will not become another victim of your fury." His heart raced, a mixture of fear and resolve coursing through him. Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of rage igniting within. This was not the response she anticipated. From the heavenly heights, she was used to having her desires met, and the audacity of this mortal to reject her felt like a slap in the face. The atmosphere shifted, the air thickening with tension, as if the very earth held its breath. "Foolish king," she hissed, her voice now a venomous whisper, "you dare to refuse me? I am Ishtar. I can bring you glory and despair in equal measure. I can unleash the horrors of war upon your kingdom, or grant you boundless wealth. You would have been a god among men, and you throw it away?" Gilgamesh's chest tightened as he faced her wrath, the echoes of her fury reverberating through the very stones of Uruk. "I would rather be a mortal man than a pawn in your game. I stand alone in my choices, and I will not be swayed by the promises of a goddess." With a furious cry, Ishtar unleashed her true nature, her voice rising like a tempest, shaking the heavens. "Then you shall regret this day, Gilgamesh. I will call upon the bull of heaven, and he will trample you and your city into dust. You think yourself invincible, but I will show you the power of my wrath." As the ground trembled beneath them, the skies darkened, and the first rumble of thunder echoed across the land. The people of Uruk, sensing the brewing storm, looked up in fear and wonder. They knew the tales. Ishtar's rage was legendary, and her retribution was swift. Gilgamesh's heart pounded against his ribcage. He had faced many formidable foes, but the wrath of a scorned goddess was something else entirely. His mind raced as he called upon his friend and companion, Enkidu. Together they had conquered great beasts and embarked on perilous journeys, but now they faced an adversary unlike any other. With urgency, he rushed to find Enkidu, their bond forged through trials that had tested their very souls. "We must prepare," Gilgamesh urged, the intensity of the moment pressing down upon him. "Ishtar has set her sights on us, and the bull of heaven will come for revenge. We cannot let her destroy our beloved Uruk." Enkidu, ever the grounding force, looked into Gilgamesh's eyes, seeing the flicker of fear that danced there. "We will stand together, my friend. No matter the storm that comes, we will face it as we always have. But this time we must be clever. Brute strength alone will not save us." As the winds howled and the first drops of rain fell, the city braced itself for what was to come. The walls of Uruk seemed to tremble, as if sensing the dark tide rolling toward them. Gilgamesh felt the weight of his choices bearing down on him, the implications of his refusal echoing through his mind. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a reminder of the impending clash between man and divine anger. In that moment, a shiver coursed through Gilgamesh. He had made his stand, but the price of defiance was steep. The people of Uruk looked to him for protection, their hopes resting on his shoulders, and the flames of battle flickered in the distance, drawing nearer with every passing second. Ishtar's wrath was a storm, fierce and unrelenting, and as the winds howled, Gilgamesh felt an urgency to meet the challenge head-on, knowing that the fight for his kingdom, his people, and perhaps the very essence of his being had only just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient city of Uruk, its ivory towers stretching toward the heavens like pleading hands. Yet amidst the beauty, a storm was brewing. In the sacred temple, the air crackled with tension as Ishtar, the fierce goddess of love and war, paced like a caged lioness, Her heart, once stitched with the threads of passion, now pulsed with the sharp sting of betrayal. Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, had spurned her advances, choosing instead the company of a mortal woman. The slight was not easily forgotten. It ignited a fire within her that demanded retribution. Whispers of Ishtar's wrath swept through the streets like a chilling wind. The townsfolk exchanged uneasy glances, for they knew well the power she possessed. It was said that her eyes could pierce through the veil of life and death, and her heart was as unpredictable as the tides. As twilight descended, casting long shadows across the brick roads, she summoned her father, Anu, the sky god, her voice sharp and demanding like the crack of thunder. "Send me the bull of heaven," she commanded, her spirit ablaze with the need for vengeance. The thought of unleashing such terror filled the air with an electric tension, a promise of chaos that hung just out of reach. Anu, though hesitant, felt the weight of her fury pressing down on him and reluctantly agreed. With a gesture that seemed to shake the very fabric of the world, he summoned forth the great bull, a creature of such magnitude that the earth trembled beneath its hooves. Its eyes glowed like embers, fierce and wild, ready to unleash destruction. As the beast thundered into existence, the ground itself shuddered. Ishtar's laughter echoed through the temple, a sound mingled with darkness and delight. The once mighty walls of Uruk would soon be tested. A city thriving under the sun now stood on the precipice of doom. The people felt the shift in the air, a disquieting sense of foreboding, as they witnessed the skies darkening, the roar of the bull resonating like a death knell. Gilgamesh, who had been reveling in his newfound love, suddenly felt an icy grip of dread. He looked toward the horizon, where the shadows danced ominously. A cold realization swept through him. Ishtar was coming, and with her, the wrath of the heavens. Uruk's fate hung by a thread as the bull charged toward the city, earth-shaking with every step, its massive form sending birds scattering from their perches. People fled into their homes, fear etching lines across their faces. Mothers clutched their children, whispering prayers to gods long forgotten. The market square, once alive with laughter and trade, was now empty, save for the ominous shadow of the bull looming ever closer. The gates of Uruk, once symbols of strength, creaked under the weight of impending doom. Gilgamesh stood at the city's edge, the weight of his arrogance heavy on his shoulders. He had scorned Ishtar, and the consequence was now glaring before him. He felt a rush of adrenaline, his warrior spirit igniting as he rallied his people. "We will not go quietly into the night," he bellowed, his voice cutting through the stillness. He would not let Uruk fall without a fight. The bull stormed into the city, snorting flames and fury. Its massive horns glinted in the last light of day, a harbinger of destruction. As it tore through the streets, buildings crumbled beneath its might, the very stones of Uruk crying out in agony. The smell of smoke and fear filled the air, as Gilgamesh, sword in hand, steeled himself for the confrontation. He charged forward, his heart racing, a mixture of anger and determination coursing through him. The bull turned, its eyes locking onto him, fierce and unyielding. In that moment, time slowed. The king felt the eyes of his city upon him, the weight of their hopes resting on his shoulders. With a roar that echoed through the chaos, Gilgamesh lunged, his sword aimed straight for the beast's heart. The clash was monumental. Steel met flesh, the sound reverberating like a clap of thunder. But the bull was relentless, shaking off the pain like a mere afterthought. It retaliated, swinging its massive head, and Gilgamesh was sent sprawling to the ground, the wind knocked from his lungs. Pain shot through him, but he refused to yield. As he struggled to rise, Ishtar watched from the heavens, her heart a storm of conflicting emotions. The devastation she had wrought was both satisfying and troubling. The chaos thrilled her, but the sight of Gilgamesh fighting valiantly stirred something deep within, an unexpected admiration. She had sought revenge, yet the strength of the man she had once desired ignited a flicker of respect. But revenge blinds the heart. The bull of heaven was an extension of her will, and it would not stop until it had brought Uruk to its knees. As Gilgamesh struggled to his feet, he called upon the help of his dearest friend Enkidu, who had been forged from the wild and understood the balance of nature. Together the two men would face the raging bull, a true test of their bond. With renewed vigor, they charged as one, striking at the beast's flanks, dancing around its might, each clash a desperate plea for survival. The ground beneath them shook, a reminder of Ishtar's power, her laughter echoing like ringing bells through the chaos. The battle raged on, a frenzy of muscle and fury, and the people of Uruk peered from their hidden places, hearts pounding with fear and hope. Would their king prevail? Would the goddess's wrath reduce their beloved city to rubble? With each strike, the stakes grew higher, the air thick with tension and uncertainty. In the depths of this turmoil, Ishtar felt the tide of emotions shifting within her, the thrill of vengeance intertwined with an unexpected longing. She was not just a goddess of war, she was also a symbol of love. And in this violent moment, she was reminded of the fragility of both. The echoes of her laughter faded, leaving only the sharp breaths of battle. The fate of Uruk hung on the edge of a blade, and the night was far from over. The sky darkened as the wind stirred, carrying a foreboding chill across the city of Uruk. The people looked up, their hearts pounding in their chests, sensing a storm brewing. It was not just a tempest of nature, it was the anger of the divine. Gilgamesh, the mighty king, stood atop the walls of his city, his piercing gaze fixed on the horizon. He could feel the air crackle with tension, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Enkidu, once a wild man of the steppe, now a loyal companion, sensed the shift in the air. The bond between them had grown strong, forged in battles and adventures that had made them legends. But this was different. This was no ordinary foe they were about to face. The bull of heaven, a fearsome creature sent by the goddess Ishtar in her wrath, descended from the heavens, its thunderous hooves striking the earth like the beating of war drums. As the great beast landed, the ground trembled beneath its weight. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly fire, and its roar echoed like a death knell through the valley. Panic spread among the people, but not Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Amidst the chaos, they felt an electric surge of determination. They exchanged a glance, a silent vow passing between them. They would not cower in the face of this divine wrath. With the heavens darkening above, the bull of heaven charged forward, its massive horns aimed at the two heroes. The earth shook with each step it took, dust rising in clouds around it. Gilgamesh, muscles taut with anticipation, drew his sword, its blade gleaming even in the dim light. Enkidu, a beast in his own right, prepared to unleash the primal fury that lay dormant within him. In that heartbeat of time, as the bull charged, Gilgamesh leapt forward, his heart pounding like a war drum. The world narrowed to the thunder of the beast and the call of his friend. With a battle cry that shook the heavens, Gilgamesh struck first, aiming for the creature's side, but the bull was fast, spinning around with a ferocious swing of its mighty horns. The force of its movement sent Gilgamesh stumbling back, his feet slipping on the rocky earth. But Enkidu was there, charging alongside his friend, his fierce howl piercing the air like an arrow. With all the strength of his untamed spirit, he lunged at the bull's legs, aiming to bring the beast down. The creature stumbled, its eyes wild with rage, and for a moment, the tide turned in favor of the heroes. The ground shook with the impact, and they could feel the power of the earth beneath them, alive and vibrating with their effort. But the bull of heaven was not defeated yet. It roared in anger, a sound that echoed through the valleys and sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. With renewed fury, it thrust its head down, aiming to impale Enkidu. In an instant, time slowed. The wild man, with instincts honed from his days in the wild, rolled to the side just in time, the horns grazing his shoulder and tearing through fabric and flesh. Pain shot through him, yet he felt alive, ignited by the thrill of battle. Gilgamesh, watching his friend falter, felt a surge of protectiveness, a fire igniting in his chest. He knew they had to end this fight swiftly. With a fierce battle cry, he charged again, dodging the raging beast's flank. His sword struck true, cutting into the bull's hide. Blood sprayed, and for a moment the world held its breath, stunned by the sight of the demigod battling against divine wrath. But the beast was not easily subdued. It let out a bellowing roar, more furious than before. The ground rumbled under its weight as it turned to face Gilgamesh, anger blazing in its eyes. The battle was a dance of life and death, filled with the primal pull of fate itself. Sweat dripped from Gilgamesh's brow, mingling with the dust of the earth. As he and Enkidu fought side by side, their souls intertwined in this epic struggle. Each clash of metal against horn sent shockwaves through the air. The people of Uruk, witnessing the struggle, held their breath, caught between awe and terror. They prayed to the gods, their murmurs rising like steam from a boiling pot, hoping for a miracle to save their heroes. But Gilgamesh and Enkidu were more than mere men. They were legends forged in fire and friendship. Together, they pressed on, their hearts beating as one. They were not just fighting a beast, they were battling the very essence of fate itself, daring to defy the will of the gods. Then, a moment of clarity pierced through the chaos. Gilgamesh, recognizing the rhythm of the battle, signaled to Enkidu. Their eyes locked, a silent understanding passed between them. They would finish this together. With synchronized movements, they advanced. Each step deliberate, each strike calculated. Gilgamesh drew the bull's attention, dancing around it with agility that belied his size. Enkidu, moving like a shadow, circled behind, ready for the perfect moment to strike. The gods watched with bated breath, the tension thick in the air. Would these two men, bound by fate and friendship, triumph over the wrath of the heavens? With a final desperate push, they attacked together. Gilgamesh's sword gleamed as he struck, while Enkidu surged forward with primal strength, their combined force overwhelming the bull of heaven. It stumbled, its mighty roar faltering into a low growl, and for the first time, doubt flickered in its fiery eyes. And then it happened, a moment that felt like eternity. With one last powerful strike, they brought the beast crashing to the ground, dust swirling around them. Silence enveloped the battlefield, broken only by the heavy breaths of the two heroes. They stood over the fallen creature, hearts racing, knowing they had defied the gods, rewritten destiny, and forged their names into the annals of history. But as the dust settled, a new fear crept into their hearts. The anger of the gods was not so easily silenced. They could feel it in the air, a whisper of retribution, and with it, the uncertain weight of what must come next. The world around them was poised on the edge of a knife, and they knew the battle was far from over. The bull of heaven may have fallen, but the wrath of Ishtar loomed large over Uruk as darkness gathered once more on the horizon. Under the pale glow of a crescent moon, a mournful howl echoed through the ancient forests of Mesopotamia, piercing the stillness of night. It was the voice of Enkidu, a wild man forged from the earth, whose heart had once beat in rhythm with nature. The air was thick with tension, as if the very gods held their breath, waiting for the unfolding of a tragic tale that would change everything. Enkidu lay beneath the shadows of towering trees, his mind swirling with confusion and pain. He had tasted glory alongside Gilgamesh, the mightiest king of Uruk, yet a heavy shadow loomed over him. The friendship they shared was forged in battles against beasts and gods, yet now it felt like a chain binding him to a destiny he neither wanted nor understood. He felt the weight of glory pressing down on his soul, a price too steep for any mortal to bear. As he rose to his feet, Enkidu's body trembled with the echoes of his recent confrontation with the bull of heaven, a celestial beast sent by the goddess Ishtar as a punishment for Gilgamesh's rejection. The thunderous clash of their battle still resonated in his bones, a reminder of the transient nature of victory. With each breath, he could almost taste the bitterness of the gods' judgment, and he shuddered at the thought of their wrath. In the sacred halls of the heavens, the gods were restless. Marduk, the mighty creator, sat upon his throne, his face etched with concern. "What have these mortals done?" he questioned, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. The other gods exchanged uneasy glances, each one aware that the balance of fate had shifted. Enkidu's existence was no longer a mere game. It had become a pawn in a divine chess match, where every move could lead to ruin. The goddess Ishtar glared at them, her eyes aflame with indignation. "They defied me. They shall pay dearly for their arrogance." Her fury was palpable, a tempest brewing in her heart. She envisioned Enkidu, the wild one, cursed to wander the earth alone, stripped of the glory he once embraced. The gods knew that her love had turned to vengeance, and that vengeance would ripple through the fates of men. Meanwhile, Enkidu wandered through the wilderness, each step taken in a fog of despair. Memories of laughter and camaraderie with Gilgamesh flickered in his mind like flames in the dark. They had fought side by side, two heroes revered by their people, yet the bond they forged was now tainted, a bright star eclipsed by the shadows. Enkidu felt isolated, as if the very earth beneath him rejected his presence. The call of the wild was no longer comforting. It felt like a reminder of his impending doom. In the depths of his sorrow, Enkidu stumbled upon a serene river, its waters glistening under the moonlight. He knelt beside it, staring at the reflection of the man he once was. The wild hair, the fierce eyes, they were remnants of a spirit unbroken. But as he gazed deeper, he saw the darkness creeping in. The curse was taking hold, feeding on his anguish. The gods were not just punishing him, they were reveling in his suffering. Suddenly, a vision struck him, a glimpse of Gilgamesh, standing valiantly against the forces that threatened their bond. The king was becoming more than a friend. He was becoming a legend. Yet, even as Enkidu felt pride swell in his heart, a stab of pain twisted inside him, for he knew that glory came with a cost, and that cost was the very essence of their friendship. Would Gilgamesh rise to greatness while he sank into sorrow? The winds shifted, carrying the whispers of the gods down to earth. Enkidu felt the chill wrap around him like a shroud. He understood then that his journey was not just one of mourning but of sacrifice. The price of glory was steep, and he was to pay it. "What must I do?" he cried to the night sky, his voice a blend of desperation and defiance. The only answer was the rustling of leaves, a cruel echo in the silence. In Uruk, Gilgamesh sensed the disturbance in the cosmos. The air was thick with foreboding, a warning that something was amiss. He could feel Enkidu's struggle, a shadow looming over their legacy. The people of Uruk adored him, but the weight of their expectations suffocated him. He was a king, a god among men. Yet he felt the tremors of fear creeping into his heart. What would become of his friend? What price would he pay for their shared glory? As the sun began to rise, a new day approached, but it brought no solace. Enkidu stood at the edge of the river, his heart pounding in his chest. The curse was not just his burden, it was a force that threatened to consume them both. He could feel the pull of destiny clawing at his soul, urging him to confront the gods, to challenge their decree. Could he break the chains that bound him? Or was he destined to fall into the abyss of despair? In this moment of reckoning, Enkidu raised his eyes to the heavens, filled with determination. He would seek out the gods, confront them with his pain, and demand answers. The tide of fate was crashing around him, and he was ready to face it head-on. The echoes of his past mingled with the whispers of the present, creating a cacophony that drove him forward. His heart surged as he took his first step toward the unknown, a path fraught with danger, yet illuminated by the flickering flame of hope. As he ventured onward, the winds howled in response, carrying his cries to the cosmos. The gods heard him, their judgment looming like a dark cloud over the horizon. Would they grant him mercy, or would they seal his fate in the annals of time? The tension hung heavy in the air, promising a confrontation that would alter the course of history, a clash between man and the divine, a moment where glory would meet its ultimate price. As Enkidu pressed forward, the world held its breath, waiting for the next act of this epic tale to unfold. In the stillness of a moonlit night, the air was thick with an unshakable tension. As if the world held its breath, the vast cedar forests whispered secrets among themselves, and the stars blinked anxiously, watching over the fates of men. In the heart of Uruk, a lone figure lay restless, tossing and turning on his bed of fine linen. Gilgamesh, the king of kings, was plagued by a dream that clawed at his soul with icy fingers. As he slumbered, visions danced behind his closed eyelids. A shadowy figure loomed before him, its form twisting and contorting with the darkness that surrounded it. The figure spoke in a voice like thunder, echoing through the caverns of Gilgamesh's mind. "The fate of Enkidu is sealed. His time draws near." The words struck like arrows, piercing the veil of his peaceful dreams. Gilgamesh stirred, a cold sweat breaking over his brow. As the specter of mortality began to take shape, the dream shifted abruptly, revealing a vast and eerie underworld, an endless expanse shadowed by despair and silence. Here, the air was thick with a stench that twisted the stomach, and the ground was barren and desolate. Gilgamesh felt an involuntary shiver as he witnessed the souls of the departed wandering aimlessly, their faces contorted in eternal sorrow. Among them, he spotted familiar figures, all those who once walked the earth, now lost in the grip of darkness. Then Enkidu appeared. The wild man, forged from the very elements of nature, looked out of place in this land of shadows. His once vibrant spirit seemed dulled, the light in his eyes flickering like a candle fighting against the wind. Gilgamesh's heart sank. "Enkidu!" he cried out, his voice echoing through the void. But the sound was swallowed by the oppressive silence, leaving a sense of helplessness in its wake. As Gilgamesh reached out, desperate to pull his friend back from the edge of oblivion, an unseen force held him back. He watched in horror as Enkidu stepped further into the abyss, unknowing of the fate that awaited him. The ground beneath him cracked and moaned, as if the earth itself mourned the separation between friends. "Do not leave me!" Gilgamesh shouted, but his words faded into the stillness, unheard and unanswered. The dream twisted again, revealing a grand throne room, a stark contrast to the desolation of the underworld. Here sat the goddess Ereshkigal, ruler of the underworld, draped in shadows and adorned with the jewels of despair. Her gaze pierced through Gilgamesh, a chilling reminder of the power she wielded over life and death. The realization hit him like a hammer. The threads of fate were in her hands, and she reveled in the knowledge of the lives she could claim. "Your bond with Enkidu has drawn him to me," she spoke, her voice low and sultry, carrying a weight that silenced the very air. "He will join the ranks of the forgotten, destined to roam this land for eternity." Every word sliced through Gilgamesh like a blade. Panic surged within him. He could not lose Enkidu, the one who had stood by him against all odds, the one who had taught him the meaning of friendship, the very essence of humanity. Frantic, Gilgamesh pleaded, "No, he is not meant for this fate. Let him return to the light." But Ereshkigal only smiled, a cruel twist of her lips that sent chills racing down his spine. "It is not your choice, O King of Uruk. The scales are tipped, and the balance must be maintained. Let go, for the cycle of life and death is unbreakable." The ground beneath him trembled, a reminder of the impermanence of life, and he felt the weight of his own mortality loom large. He was a king, a conqueror, yet before the inevitability of death, he was nothing. He could not bear the thought of living in a world without Enkidu, the wild man who had opened his heart and taught him the value of compassion and love. In a desperate burst of energy, Gilgamesh rushed toward Enkidu, but the chasm between them widened. The shadows clawed at his feet, dragging him back as he fought against the pull of despair. He could feel the warmth of his friend slipping away, the bond they shared waning like the light of the stars. "I will not allow this," Gilgamesh bellowed, his voice filled with rage and sorrow, echoing through the dark expanse. "I will fight for you, my friend. I will defy the gods themselves." But the shadows only deepened, swallowing his words and hopes. Enkidu turned to him, his face a mask of sadness, as if he understood the futility of their situation. "Gilgamesh," he whispered, his voice barely a breath against the void, "do not weep for me. I found my purpose with you. Our friendship was the greatest gift, but my time has come." Gilgamesh felt a part of him shatter. The tears he had hidden behind a wall of strength began to flow freely, each drop carrying the weight of his despair. The dream began to fade, the underworld shadows dissipating like smoke, but the torment of impending loss clung to him. With every heartbeat, he could feel the distance growing, the bond stretching to its limits. Just as the darkness threatened to consume him entirely, a surge of determination ignited within him. He would not surrender to despair. Gilgamesh would find a way to challenge the very essence of fate. He would seek out the knowledge buried deep within the mountains, the whispers among the wise that spoke of immortality and the possibility of reclaiming what the underworld had claimed. As the dream shattered completely, Gilgamesh shot upright in his bed, gasping for breath, his heart pounding like a war drum in the silence of the night. The echoes of his dreams lingered, a haunting melody that tugged at his soul. Enkidu's fate loomed heavy on his heart, like a storm on the horizon, and the journey ahead became clearer, fraught with peril and hope. Yet, as the first light of dawn spilled through the windows of his palace, he felt a flicker of resolve. The battle for Enkidu's soul was just beginning, and with it, a new adventure would dawn. The shadows of the underworld would not claim his friend without a fight, and Gilgamesh, the king forged from the fires of ambition and friendship, would not rest until he had defied destiny itself. Gilgamesh stood at the edge of the world, the sun setting in a blaze of crimson and gold, casting long shadows that danced upon the earth. He felt a storm brewing inside him, a tempest of emotions swirling as he stared at the lifeless form of Enkidu, his dear friend, sprawled upon the ground, once vibrant and full of life, now eerily still. The very air around him seemed to thicken with sorrow, wrapping around Gilgamesh like a heavy cloak. Enkidu had been his companion through trials and triumphs, a brother forged in the fires of adventure. They had slain the mighty Humbaba, defied the gods, and conquered the wilds together. Laughter had echoed through the valleys where they had roamed, but now the silence was deafening. The weight of impending grief pressed down on Gilgamesh's heart like a stone, each beat a reminder of his profound loss. "Why?" Gilgamesh shouted to the heavens, his voice cracking like thunder, echoing against the mountains. "Why was he taken from me?" His fists clenched, trembling with rage and despair. The gods who had once watched over them now seemed distant, their faces shrouded in clouds. Enkidu's spirit had been snatched away, and Gilgamesh felt as though all the light in the world had dimmed with it. The villagers of Uruk, who once revered Gilgamesh as a demigod, now peered cautiously from behind their doors. They had seen the king's strength, but they were unfamiliar with this raw, unabashed grief that painted his face. A man who had defied death now found himself trembling before its cruel embrace, like a child lost in the dark. The air was thick with the scent of earth and sorrow, mingling with the cries of distant animals, a mournful symphony that played just for him. At that moment, the world shrank. Memories flooded Gilgamesh's mind. Enkidu laughing as they wrestled in the mud, the way his eyes sparkled with mischief, the strength of his arm as they fought side by side. There was a warmth in their bond, a fierce loyalty that had made them invincible. Now that warmth was gone, leaving a chill that seeped into Gilgamesh's bones. He knelt beside his friend, cradling Enkidu's head in his arms, his tears falling like rain onto the lifeless face. "You were the wild, the freedom I longed for," he whispered, his voice breaking. "Without you, what am I?" The words hung in the air, heavy with desperation. The ground beneath him felt as if it too was mourning, trembling with the weight of sorrow, as if the very earth wept for the lost brotherhood. As darkness enveloped the land, the stars began to glimmer, each one a cruel reminder of the life that had slipped away. Gilgamesh's heart pounded in his chest, a wild rhythm of anguish. He could hear the whispers of the wind, taunting him, reminding him of the inevitability of death. The thought clawed at his mind, relentless and cruel. The fear of mortality gripped him tightly. The realization that all he held dear could vanish like morning mist. His soul screamed for revenge against fate, against the gods who had allowed such a tragedy to unfold. "I will not be forgotten," he vowed, rage igniting in his chest. "I will search for the secret of life itself." It was a promise laced with desperation, a quest that would lead him far beyond the comforts of Uruk and into the unknown realms of mortality. Gilgamesh pulled Enkidu close, a futile attempt to shield him from the cold grasp of death. The lifeless body felt like a stone, unyielding and heavy. He pressed his forehead against Enkidu's, wishing with all his heart that he could share his own life force to breathe vitality back into his friend. "You will live again, my brother," he choked out, his voice a whisper of hope drowning in despair. That night, the moon hung high, a pale guardian watching over them. Gilgamesh, consumed by grief, fell into a restless sleep, haunted by visions of his lost friend. Shadows danced in his dreams, Enkidu's laughter echoing like a distant melody. But each time he reached for him, the laughter faded into silence, the darkness swallowing it whole. His dreams became nightmares, a bitter reflection of the world that had turned cruel and unfair. With the dawn, a new resolve ignited within him. The sun rose as if mocking his despair, casting light upon a world that felt dim and hollow. Gilgamesh rose, determination coursing through him. He would seek out Utnapishtim, the immortal, the one who had survived the great flood. If anyone knew the secret to eternal life, it would be him. He gathered his belongings, his heart still heavy with the absence of Enkidu, the weight of loss urging him forward. As he set out from Uruk, he felt the weight of his friend beside him, an unseen presence guiding him along the path. The journey ahead was treacherous, filled with mountains that scraped the heavens and rivers that roared with angry currents. But Gilgamesh was undeterred. Each step was a promise, a pledge to the memory of Enkidu. "I will carry you with me," he murmured, his voice steadying with purpose. "I will find a way to bring you back." The landscapes he traversed echoed his pain, the jagged cliffs mirroring the turmoil within him. With each passing moment, the fire of grief transformed into a fierce determination. The mountains loomed ahead, casting long shadows, but Gilgamesh felt the warmth of hope beginning to glow within him. He was no longer just a grieving king. He was a man on a mission, a seeker of truths buried deep within the earth. The memory of Enkidu propelled him forward, guiding him through the uncertainty, each heartbeat a reminder of his vow. In the depths of his sorrow, he found a flicker of strength, a bond that death could not sever. The winds howled around him, a symphony of despair that began to transform into a chorus of resolve. The world seemed vast and infinite, stretching out before him like an uncharted map, a canvas upon which he would paint his destiny, one step at a time, forever entwined with the spirit of his fallen friend. The wind howled through the ancient trees, a mournful sound that echoed the sorrow in Uruk. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls of the city. Each flicker of light seemed to whisper the name of Enkidu, a name now heavy with grief. The scent of cedar and myrrh filled the air, traditional offerings that hung thick like the weight of loss. Gilgamesh stood at the edge of the sacred grove, his heart pounding with an ache that felt both alien and familiar. A great warrior, a king, yet in this moment, he was just a man, lost, broken, and filled with despair. As twilight fell, the citizens of Uruk gathered. They came not as mere witnesses, but as participants in a ritual that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The elders wore robes of mourning, their faces lined with sadness, yet illuminated by the flickering flames they carried. Some clutched small tokens of Enkidu's life, a tuft of his hair, a fragment of the wild, a piece of clay from the earth that had once shaped him. Each item was a reminder of a friendship born from the depths of nature itself, a bond that had transformed both men into better versions of themselves. Gilgamesh felt a swell of emotions rise within him, memories flashing like lightning in a storm. He remembered their laughter, the way Enkidu had charged into the great battles, his wild spirit unyielding. Now all that remained was silence, a void that echoed louder than words. The king's chest tightened as he recalled their adventures, their fights with the monstrous Humbaba, the quest for immortality, and the simple joys of sharing stories under the stars. Each recollection was a blade that cut deeper, a reminder of the fleeting nature of life. The crowd formed a circle, their faces illuminated by the light of the flames, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gilgamesh stepped forward, the weight of his grief propelling him into the center of the gathering. He could feel the reverent hush that settled like a shroud over them all. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak, his voice breaking as he called upon the memories of his friend. "Enkidu, my brother, my wild one," he began, and with each word, the pain twisted within him. "You lived as the essence of nature, untamed and free, a spirit that soared far above the ordinary." A soft wind rustled the leaves, as if nature itself responded to his words. The people listened intently, hanging on to his every syllable. "You fought with courage, you laughed with joy, and you taught me what it truly means to be alive." A collective breath was drawn as the memory of Enkidu's fierce spirit filled the air. The mourners shared in a moment of unity, their hearts beating as one in the echo of their shared loss. As Gilgamesh spoke, the priests moved among the crowd, offering bowls filled with barley, honey, and wine, symbols of life and sustenance. They poured libations upon the ground, a tribute to the earth that had cradled Enkidu's spirit. Each drop mingled with the dust, a reminder of the cycle of life and death that so many struggled to comprehend. The ground, once bare, now became a tapestry woven with offerings of food, drink, and the heart of the people. The flames grew higher, casting an orange glow that seemed to breathe life into the shadows. The mourners joined hands, their fingers interlocking as they swayed gently, a rhythmic dance that spoke of collective grief. The sound of their whispers turned into a soft hum, a lullaby for the fallen. It was a sound that traveled through time, a melody that had echoed in rituals since the dawn of civilization, a plea for peace, a request for strength, a salute to the wild heart of Enkidu. Gilgamesh's voice rang out once more, carrying a weight that resonated with the very soul of Uruk. Though death may have taken you, you shall never be forgotten. Your spirit walks alongside me, guiding me, reminding me of all that is good and true. Tears streamed down his face, a testament to the love he had for his friend, a love that burned brighter than the flames that flickered before him. And then, as if summoned by the power of his words, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a woman, draped in white, her face a mask of serenity and sorrow. She was a priestess, known for her connection to the divine. With grace, she stepped forward, her hands raised high as she called upon the gods. "O divine ones, hear our plea. Allow Enkidu's spirit to find solace in your embrace. Let him roam free in the fields of eternity." The air thickened with anticipation, the mourners holding their breath, eyes wide with expectation. As she poured sacred oil upon the ground, a sense of calm enveloped the gathering. The scent of incense wafted through the air, wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. The priestess closed her eyes, and for a moment it felt as though time had paused. An eternal moment suspended in the heaviness of loss. The flames flickered, casting shadows that seemed to dance, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if Enkidu himself was there, watching over them. Gilgamesh's heart raced, a mix of sorrow and hope surging through him. He could almost hear the echoes of laughter, the rustle of leaves, the vibrant spirit of his friend resonating in the air. Yet beneath the surface of the ritual, a tension brewed. What if this was not the end? What if their mourning summoned more than just memories? As Gilgamesh reached out into the dark, seeking solace, an unsettling thought gripped him. The journey was far from over. The desire for immortality, the fear of loss, clashed within him, a tempest brewing on the horizon. The people of Uruk remained united, the embers of their grief fueling a fire that would not easily be extinguished. As the flames crackled and the hum of the crowd swelled, the air was heavy with unspoken promises. They were not just mourning a man, they were acknowledging the wild spirit within themselves, a spirit that demanded to be recognized, explored, and ultimately avenged. With each passing moment, the ritual morphed into something more than just a farewell. It became a vow, a pact woven in the fabric of their souls. The essence of Enkidu was alive and vibrant in the hearts of those gathered, a reminder that even in death, the wildness of life could not be contained. And as Gilgamesh looked out over the sea of faces, he realized that the path he must take would soon reveal itself, a journey that would challenge him, transform him, and lead him toward the very answers he sought. All around, the night deepened, shadows lengthened, and the flickering flames burned brighter, illuminating the way ahead, a path that promised not just sorrow, but a new understanding. The story of Enkidu was far from over. It was only just beginning. In the shadow of a great ziggurat, the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced on the streets of Uruk, the city of brick and glory. Here, Gilgamesh, the mighty king, stood in a world that felt suddenly small and fragile. The weight of his own mortality pressed down upon him, a shroud that threatened to suffocate his very spirit. His heart raced with an urgency that was both terrifying and exhilarating. He was a god among men, yet he could not escape the one truth that gnawed at his insides. He would one day die. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the murmur of bustling life, yet none of it mattered. Gilgamesh had tasted the sweetness of victory, had walked among heroes and wrestled with beasts, but now he felt as if he was slipping through the fingers of time itself. The grand tales of his conquests echoed in his mind, yet they felt like mere shadows of something far greater. He had built walls that reached the heavens, but even those could not shield him from the inevitable. The laughter of the people, the songs of the poets, everything turned into a haunting reminder that he could not escape the fate that awaited him. "Why must men die?" he shouted into the emptiness, his voice a thunderclap that startled the birds from the trees. Anger boiled within him, a desperate rage against the very fabric of existence. He was no longer just a king, he was a man consumed by the fear of oblivion. He needed to understand, to grasp the threads of life that slipped through his fingers like water. The gods had gifted him strength, but even strength could not ward off the dark specter of death. Driven by despair, Gilgamesh sought out his friend Enkidu, the wild man who had been his equal in battle and his companion in joy. Together they had conquered mountains and faced terrible beasts, but now his grief transformed into a fierce determination. "We will find the secret of immortality," he declared, a fire lighting his eyes. Enkidu, sensing the turmoil within his friend, nodded solemnly. They would embark on a quest that would take them to the ends of the earth, seeking answers from those who might hold the key to eternal life. As they journeyed, the weight of Gilgamesh's sorrow hung heavily in the air. The landscape shifted beneath their feet, from the lush banks of the Euphrates to the desolate sands that whispered tales of old. Each step was a reminder of the transient nature of life. They encountered ancient sages and hermits who spoke in riddles, their voices echoing wisdom that felt just out of reach. The more they learned, the more Gilgamesh's heart sank. The quest for immortality was not just a journey, it was a dance with despair. They finally arrived at the mountain of Mashu, where the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight. Here, Gilgamesh sought the immortal flood survivor, Utnapishtim, a man who had walked with the gods. "Tell me, O Great One, how did you escape the grasp of death?" he pleaded, his voice trembling with urgency. Utnapishtim's gaze was heavy with the weight of centuries. "Life is a gift, young king," he replied, his voice deep and resonant. "But even gifts must come to an end." Gilgamesh felt his heart shatter like fragile glass. The truth echoed in his ears, a relentless drumbeat that filled him with an agony he couldn't bear. Utnapishtim spoke of a great flood, of the chaos that swept the earth, and how he had been spared. But what was the purpose of survival if he was still bound to the confines of time? Gilgamesh's mind raced as Utnapishtim continued, revealing the futility of his quest. "You seek immortality, but it is a burden as much as a blessing. To live forever is to witness the pain of loss over and over." Despair clawed at Gilgamesh's heart. He had envisioned eternal life as a grand adventure, a continuation of his conquests and triumphs. But now he was confronted with the truth that immortality could become a tale of endless sorrow. The weight of his dreams threatened to consume him. He had sought the wisdom of the ages, and yet, with every answer came a deeper anguish. "Return to your city, Gilgamesh," Utnapishtim advised, "and cherish the moments you have, for life is not measured by the years you live, but by the love you share and the legacy you leave behind." The words hung in the air like a bittersweet melody, haunting and beautiful. As Gilgamesh returned home, the once familiar streets of Uruk felt foreign. The laughter of children playing, the warm glow of fires illuminating faces, all of it now seemed tinged with a deep sadness. He watched as lovers embraced, as mothers cradled their babies, and the realization hit him. Immortality was not meant for mortals. His heart ached as he saw the beauty in their fleeting moments, the ephemeral nature of life that made it precious. Yet the darkness lingered in his soul. Gilgamesh wandered the city, a king now stripped of his dreams, a man faced with the bittersweet truth of existence. The quest for immortality had revealed not just the limits of life, but the depth of love and loss that every heart must endure. And in that poignant moment, he understood his legacy would not be etched in stone or celebrated in songs of eternal glory. It would be woven into the tapestry of the lives he touched, in the laughter echoing through the halls of Uruk. But as night fell, a gnawing thought haunted him. Was it enough? Would the memories fade like embers in the wind, leaving nothing but ashes behind? His heart raced at the thought, a storm brewing within, driving him deeper into despair, pushing him to confront the very essence of what it meant to be alive. With each breath, he pondered the fragility of his existence, standing at the edge of the abyss, ready to plunge into the unknown, questioning everything he once held dear. The quest for immortality had become a quest for understanding, and as he looked into the star-studded sky, he felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, every star a whisper of hope and fear intertwining. Would he find peace in acceptance, or would he continue to fight against the very fabric of fate? The answer lay beyond, waiting to be uncovered. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient landscape of Mesopotamia. Dust swirled around the feet of a lone figure, a man named Gilgamesh, who stood at the edge of a vast, uncharted wilderness. His heart raced with a mix of fear and hope as he clutched the tablet inscribed with the stories of old, tales of a man who had defied death itself. Utnapishtim, the name reverberated in his mind like a distant drumbeat, a call to something greater than himself. Gilgamesh had already faced gods and monsters, yet the thought of seeking Utnapishtim, the immortal, filled him with a sense of trepidation. He was a king, unyielding and powerful, yet the weight of mortality hung heavily on his shoulders. The recent loss of his dear friend Enkidu gnawed at him, a constant reminder of the fragility of life. He could still hear Enkidu's laughter echoing in the hollow corridors of his memory, and it fueled his resolve. He would find the secret of eternal life, not just for himself, but for the sake of all humanity. As he stepped forward, the air seemed to thicken, heavy with the scent of earth and the promise of the unknown. The path ahead twisted like a serpent, dotted with thorny bushes and ominous shadows that whispered of dangers lurking nearby. Gilgamesh felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled the tales of the creatures that guarded the way, the scorpion men with their deadly gaze, an eternal night that could swallow him whole. Yet the thought of conquering such fears drove him onward. With each step he took, the landscape transformed. The golden sands gave way to rocky hills, jagged and wild. The sun's last rays painted the sky in shades of crimson, creating a backdrop of impending darkness. A chill crept into the air, as if the very land knew of his quest and conspired against him. He found himself reflecting on the stories of Utnapishtim, the man who had survived the Great Flood, tasked by the gods to preserve life. What would he find in that distant realm of immortality? The first night fell upon him like a curtain. Gilgamesh made camp beneath the vast tapestry of stars, their twinkling forms whispering secrets he could not decipher. He lay back, his heart pounding, replaying every moment of his journey so far. Thoughts of his friend, lost beneath the weight of human frailty, surged through him. The desire to keep Enkidu alive in some way pushed him to the edge of madness. Would immortality grant him peace, or would it only amplify his suffering? Suddenly, the silence of the night shattered. A rustle in the bushes sent his heart racing. Gilgamesh leapt to his feet, muscles tense and ready. Out from the shadows emerged a creature with eyes like burning coals, one of the scorpion men, a guardian of the path. Its voice rolled like thunder, deep and menacing. "Turn back, mortal. The path you seek is fraught with peril. Only those chosen by the gods may tread here." Gilgamesh felt a flicker of fear, but he steadied himself. "I seek Utnapishtim," he declared, his voice strong despite the quaking of his heart. "I wish to learn the secret of life beyond death." The scorpion man paused, studying Gilgamesh with piercing intensity. "Your quest is foolish, king. Immortality is a burden, not a gift. The gods have deemed you mortal for a reason." "But I cannot accept death," Gilgamesh shouted, the raw pain in his voice echoing in the stillness around him. "I will not let my friend's memory fade into nothingness." A strange, sympathetic glint crossed the creature's eyes. "Very well," it said slowly. "If you are determined, you may pass. But remember, what you seek may not be what you truly desire." With that warning hanging heavily in the air, Gilgamesh pressed onward, the weight of the scorpion man's words settling in his heart. The path before him twisted into darkness, a cavernous mouth that seemed to swallow the light. He entered, feeling the dampness of the air clutch at his skin. The walls shimmered with a strange luminescence, casting eerie shadows that danced around him like lost souls. Deeper and deeper he ventured, until he found himself in a vast chamber. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of water dripping from stalactites above. It was here he would face the trials that awaited him. Before he could reach Utnapishtim, he would have to confront his own fears, his own doubts. Suddenly the ground trembled beneath him, and the water in a nearby pool surged violently, forming a wall of crashing waves. Gilgamesh staggered back, eyes wide with terror, as a figure emerged from the depths, cloaked in shadow, yet radiating a light that spoke of ancient wisdom. It was Utnapishtim, his face serene yet lined with the burdens of ages. "Why do you seek me, Gilgamesh?" Utnapishtim asked, his voice smooth as silk, yet carrying the weight of eternity. "What will you sacrifice for the knowledge you crave?" In that moment, Gilgamesh felt the full force of his quest, the burning desire within him to conquer death and preserve the memory of Enkidu soaring to a fever pitch. "I will do anything," he cried out, desperation lacing his voice. "I cannot bear to lose those I love." Utnapishtim regarded him with sorrowful eyes, an understanding that transcended time itself. "Then prepare yourself, for the truth is beyond what you can imagine." As those words hung in the air, the chamber shuddered, and the path back closed off, sealing Gilgamesh in a world where time and fate intertwined. The questions loomed before him, dark and foreboding, as he stood on the precipice of understanding. What lay beyond the veil of mortality? Would he find solace, or would he discover that some truths are best left untouched? And so the journey continued, one foot placed before the other, driven by the fires of hope and despair alike. The quest for immortality had begun in earnest, and nothing would stand in the way of his resolve. A chilling fog rolled over the banks of the river Styx, wrapping the landscape in a ghostly embrace. Shadows danced among the trees, whispering ancient secrets and stirring the air with an uneasy tension. It was not just any river, it was a boundary, a profound divide between the world of the living and the enigmatic realm of the dead. Crossing this watery threshold was fraught with daunting challenges that tested the very essence of one's spirit. The echoes of history lingered in the air, reminding all who dared to tread this path of the countless souls who had once navigated these treacherous waters. Legends told of brave warriors and lost wanderers who faced their fears and uncertainties while facing the dark currents. Each step toward the river summoned a torrent of emotions, a mix of dread and determination. They knew the journey would not only challenge their bodies, but would also pierce through the very fabric of their souls. A lone figure stood at the water's edge, heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. His name was Aeneas, a hero of legend, a man molded by trials and tribulations. He had set out from the shores of Troy, driven by destiny and the hope of finding a new land. Now he confronted the river Styx, where the lost souls floated like leaves on a forgotten autumn day. The icy water glimmered ominously, hinting at unfathomable depths where nightmares and memories intertwined. Aeneas took a step forward, the ground beneath him firm, yet trembling. What awaited him on the other side? A promise of reunion with fallen comrades, or a confrontation with haunting regrets? He cast a glance over his shoulder, remembering the faces of those who had perished in the flames of war. Their voices echoed in his mind, urging him to carry on, to honor their memory. Yet he felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on him. The ferryman, Charon, emerged from the swirling mist, an ancient figure with a stoic expression etched on his weathered face. His boat, a simple vessel carved from time itself, bobbed gently on the surface, a stark reminder of the harsh realities that awaited. "Do you have the fare?" Charon's voice was like gravel, rough and unyielding. Aeneas nodded, the silver coin clutched tightly in his palm. It was a symbol of passage, but also a testament to the sacrifices made along the way. As he stepped onto the boat, it felt like entering a realm suspended in time. The river's waters churned beneath them, swirling with unearthly shadows, tales of sorrow and joy intertwined in the depths. Aeneas could feel the pulse of the river, a heartbeat echoing of the souls trapped in limbo, caught between what was and what could never be again. The boat glided over the surface, and as they journeyed deeper, Aeneas noticed faces rising up from the water, wailing for freedom or solace. He recognized some, heroes of old, their stories woven into the fabric of his very existence. Yet others were strangers, their eyes filled with a longing that pierced his heart. Would he find comfort on the other side, or merely more ghosts bound by their regrets? Suddenly the river surged, a reminder of the danger that lurked beneath. Charon's grip tightened on the oar, muscles taut with the strain of navigation. "Hold on!" he barked, his voice slicing through the tension. The waters roared, and Aeneas struggled to keep his balance. Fear clawed at his throat as he grasped the sides of the boat, heart racing with the realization that crossing this threshold was not just a physical act, but an emotional crucible. In that moment, the river seemed alive, a dark force testing his resolve. It whispered doubts into his ear, echoing the insecurities he had buried deep within. Would he succeed in his quest, or Was he merely another soul destined to drift aimlessly in the currents of despair? The whirlpool of thoughts threatened to drown him, but just as despair threatened to take hold, memories surged forth. Memories of laughter shared, battles fought, and love lost. The boat lurched violently as Charon struggled against the raging waters, but Aeneas steadied himself, fueled by the memories of those he cherished. Each face illuminated his purpose, igniting a fire within him that pushed back against the darkness. The journey was not merely about crossing the waters of death. It was a passage through grief and healing, an acknowledgement of the lives intertwined with his own. With a final surge of strength, he gripped the oar with Charon, defiant against the storm. Together they navigated through the chaos, the cacophony of lost souls, rising and falling with the waves. Time blurred as the past, present, and future collided in a symphony of emotion. The shore began to materialize, a glimmer of light beckoning him forward. But as they approached the edge, the river erupted in fury, a final test of Aeneas's resolve. Ghostly hands reached out from the depths, clutching at his ankles, pulling at his very essence. The souls yearned for liberation, for recognition, for someone to remember their stories. Aeneas felt their pain, their hunger for connection. Would he leave them behind? Would he allow their cries to echo in silence? In that moment of turmoil, he made a choice. With a fierce resolve, he shouted into the tempest, voicing names and stories long forgotten. Each name was a lifeline thrown into the churning waters, a promise that they would not be lost to time. The river seemed to respond, the fury subsiding as the hands withdrew, the souls momentarily calmed by the recognition of their existence. As the boat touched the shore, Aeneas realized that crossing the waters of death was merely the beginning. The challenges ahead loomed larger than he could imagine, but the weight of those stories steadied him. Behind him lay the echoes of history, and ahead lay a path laden with choices, each step echoing with the voices of those who had come before him, guiding him as he stepped into the unknown, ready to face whatever awaited on the other side. The air was thick with fear and disbelief as the sky darkened ominously. The villagers of Shurupak looked up, their hearts heavy and their minds racing. A whisper had spread among them, a warning that the gods were displeased. The elders spoke in hushed tones, recounting ancient tales of wrath and destruction. The river, once a friend, now churned with a menacing force, rising higher, almost as if it were alive and breathing, ready to swallow everything in its path. Utnapishtim, a man of wisdom and strength, stood at the edge of his home, staring out towards the horizon where the land met the sky. He felt a tremor run through him, not just beneath his feet, but deep within his soul. He had heard the signs, the frantic cries of animals, the restless winds that howled like lost spirits. The gods had sent messengers, and he was meant to understand their dreadful prophecy. A great flood would come to cleanse the earth, to wipe away the sins of humanity, and with it, life as they knew it would vanish. As the sun dipped below the mountains, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the land, Utnapishtim's heart raced. Memories of his father and their teachings flashed before him. Tales of creation, of the great above and the great below. He remembered how his father had stressed the importance of listening, of being aware. That wisdom now felt like a heavy cloak, suffocating yet grounding him. "Gather the people," he commanded, voice steady despite the storm brewing inside him. His wife, standing by his side, grasped his hand tightly, sensing his turmoil. She knew the tales, too. They had listened to the elders, had woven their lives around the stories of the gods and their whims. Each tale was a thread connecting them to their ancestors, a lifeline to survival. But this was different. This was not a mere story, but a reality that threatened to engulf them all. As night fell, the winds began to howl like a pack of wolves. Utnapishtim gathered the villagers, their faces lit by flickering torches, eyes wide with fear. "The gods have spoken. A great flood is coming. We must prepare." His words hung in the air like a weight, each syllable punctuated by the distant rumble of thunder. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd, but Utnapishtim stood firm. He had to be their beacon, their guide through the darkness. And so they worked, hands moving tirelessly as they constructed a massive boat, an ark that would carry the remnants of life into a new beginning. The wood creaked and groaned under the weight of their labor, each nail hammered in, echoing a desperate prayer to the heavens. Utnapishtim could feel the energy of fear and hope intertwining, creating a palpable tension that thrummed in the air. Days passed, and the skies unleashed a torrent of rain, a relentless downpour that transformed the earth into a treacherous sea. The floodwaters surged with a ferocity that knew no bounds. Families, once whole and vibrant, found themselves scattered, clinging to whatever they could find. Utnapishtim watched in horror as neighbors struggled against the tide, their cries for help swallowed by the storm. The once familiar landscape became a swirling abyss of chaos and despair. Inside the ark, the atmosphere was thick with a mix of fear and determination. Utnapishtim's heart ached as he looked around at the faces of those he loved. Children huddled close to their mothers, eyes wide and uncomprehending. His wife held their own child, whispering soothing words that barely masked her own terror. He felt a surge of anger toward the gods, toward the fate that had chosen them to endure this nightmare. Yet, he also felt a glimmer of hope. They had built this ark, and within its wooden embrace there was a chance, perhaps not just for survival, but for rebirth. Then, one fateful day, the rain ceased. Silence fell like a heavy curtain. Utnapishtim stepped out onto the deck, heart pounding in his chest. The world, once vibrant and green, lay transformed. The floodwaters had painted a desolate landscape, a chilling reminder of what had been lost. The only sounds were the soft lapping of water against the ark, and the distant calls of birds, their songs tinged with sorrow. Days turned into weeks, and the ark drifted on the endless expanse of water. Each sunrise brought a new wave of uncertainty. Would they be the last remnants of humanity? Utnapishtim felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him, each moment stretching into eternity. He wandered the deck, his gaze fixed on the horizon, searching for the promise of land, of salvation. Then, one bright morning, a flicker of hope emerged. The water began to recede, and the outlines of mountains peeked through the mist. Utnapishtim's heart raced with a mix of joy and dread as the ark swayed with the gentle current, guiding them toward an unknown fate. They had survived, but at what cost? The memory of their lost friends and family clung to him like a haunting melody, bittersweet and unyielding. As they finally touched land, the tears of joy mingled with grief. Utnapishtim stepped onto the earth, feeling its solidness beneath his feet, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold embrace of the waters. But with every step, he felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. What lay ahead was a mystery, a blank slate that demanded a new beginning. They had weathered the storm, but the true challenge was just beginning. With the sun shining down, promising warmth and life, Utnapishtim turned back to the ark, filled with a sense of purpose. He gathered the survivors, their faces a tapestry of emotions, relief, sorrow, and hope intertwined. We must honor those who have been lost. We must rebuild, not just our homes, but our very souls. His voice rang out, fueled by the fire of survival, igniting a spark in each of them. As they began to gather their belongings, to step into a new world, Utnapishtim felt a stirring deep within. The gods had spared them for a reason, and he was determined to uncover the truth behind their divine will. The story of the flood was just the beginning, a prologue to something far greater. The winds whispered secrets yet untold, and he could almost hear the echoes of a new fate calling out to him, urging him to listen, to understand. And so the journey continued, each day a page turned in the book of their lives, each moment a testament to resilience and hope. Utnapishtim stood at the threshold of this new chapter, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, the weight of the past guiding him into the future. The night loomed heavy over Uruk, its ancient walls whispering tales of glory and despair. Gilgamesh, king and warrior, stood at the edge of his kingdom, the moonlight glinting off his armor like a beacon of hope, or perhaps a harbinger of doom. For in the shadows of his heart, a question haunted him. Could he conquer death itself? With the loss of his dear friend Enkidu, the cruel reality of mortality gnawed at him, igniting a desperate flame within. He had traveled far and wide, seeking wisdom from the farthest reaches of the earth. He had faced beasts, encountered gods, and even gazed into the abyss of the underworld. Yet, as he stood alone beneath the shimmering stars, the weight of his quest pressed heavily upon him. What good was a king if he could not defy the very fate that awaited him? A thought flickered through his mind like a candle in the dark. What if he could find a way to sleep, to awaken immortal? His journey led him to Utnapishtim, the immortal sage who had survived the great flood. This man had seen the world's end and carried with him the wisdom of ages. Gilgamesh approached with awe, his heart pounding with anticipation. Would Utnapishtim reveal the secrets of eternal life? The air crackled with tension as they met, the wise man's eyes reflecting the burden of knowledge. "Why do you seek immortality, Gilgamesh?" Utnapishtim asked, his voice calm yet piercing. "Do you not know the price of such a gift?" The question hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. It urged Gilgamesh to confront his deepest fears and desires. He could almost hear the distant echo of Enkidu's laughter, a reminder of the life he had lost and the love that had slipped through his fingers. With each heartbeat, Gilgamesh felt the pull of destiny, leading him to the edge of the unknown. Utnapishtim spoke of a unique test, a challenge that would reveal the true nature of Gilgamesh's spirit. "If you wish to learn the secret of life, you must first conquer sleep," he said, his eyes narrowing with intensity. "For it is in sleep that the boundary between life and death blurs." The words sent shivers down Gilgamesh's spine. Could he truly master something as natural as slumber? Yet desperation fueled him, and he nodded, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. The sage led him to a place of ancient mystery, a chamber where dreams intertwined with reality, a place where time itself seemed to stand still. As the moon hung high, casting its silvery glow, Gilgamesh lay down upon a bed woven with the softest reeds. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine, wrapping around him like a gentle embrace. He closed his eyes, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. But as sleep threatened to claim him, a persistent thought nagged at the corners of his mind. What would become of him in this dream? Would he find Enkidu? Would he gaze upon the face of death? Or would he awaken, reborn? And then darkness enveloped him. Images flashed before his eyes like sparks from a fire, scenes of battles fought and friendships forged. The laughter of children, the cries of war, and the silence of solitude danced in a haunting ballet. He felt himself slipping, spiraling deeper into a realm where time had no meaning. The faces of his past emerged, each one a reminder of his own fleeting existence. His mother, his friend, the fallen warriors of Uruk. As he drifted further, he felt a presence, a shadow lurking just beyond the veil. A voice, soft yet powerful, echoed in his mind. "You seek to outrun what cannot be escaped. Every life must meet its end." The sound sent chills racing through his body. The weight of mortality pressed down on him, suffocating yet liberating. But Gilgamesh fought against the tide. He grasped at the threads of consciousness, willing himself to rise above. Would he lie still and give in, becoming a mere specter of memory? Or would he awaken, breathing life into his dreams, refusing to let the darkness claim him? In his struggle, he remembered Utnapishtim's words, "To conquer sleep is to conquer fear." With every ounce of determination, he confronted the essence of sleep itself, an entity that held the key to immortality and the shackles of death. As the battle raged within, moments of clarity pierced through the fog. He saw the faces of those he loved, the joys and sorrows intertwined in a tapestry of existence. Each heartbeat resonated with the memories of laughter, the warmth of friendships, the weight of loss. Would he trade it all for a life without end? Time stretched and contracted like the pull of a tide, the moments blending into a cacophony of emotions. He could feel the edges of despair creeping in, threatening to engulf him. Yet within that darkness, a flicker of hope remained. He had been a king, a warrior, a friend, each role a testament to his humanity. Suddenly he awoke, breathless and trembling, a cold sweat clinging to his skin. The chamber, once comforting, felt foreign and eerie. Had he conquered sleep, or had it conquered him? The reality of his mortality hit him like a tidal wave, crashing over him, overwhelming, yet strangely liberating. He could hear the pulse of Uruk beyond the walls, the laughter of his people, the cries of those who lived and loved. In that moment he understood. Immortality might not lie in the endless march of years, but in the moments that made life worth living. The question lingered in the air, heavy and charged. Would he continue to seek the elusive prize of eternal life, or would he embrace the fleeting beauty of existence? As he rose to his feet, the The shadows of doubt flickered in the corners of his mind. But there was no turning back. The test had only just begun, and the echoes of his quest reverberated through the halls of time, urging him onward into the unknown. With every step, the weight of his choices loomed larger, and the adventure stretched before him like an endless horizon. In the depths of his heart, hope and fear danced a precarious waltz, leading him ever closer to his fate. The true challenge had begun, and Gilgamesh was ready to face whatever lay ahead. In a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient parchment, the flickering light cast shadows that danced along the stone walls, whispering secrets of ages past. A single plant, vibrant and alive, sat at the center, its emerald leaves glistening as if kissed by the dawn. This was no ordinary plant. It was known to those who dared to seek it as the plant of life, a fabled flora said to hold the power of immortality. Clara stood motionless, her heart racing as she gazed at the plant, a myriad of emotions flooding her veins. She had heard tales of this miraculous specimen since childhood, a legend that had woven its way through the annals of time, entwined with the stories of emperors and warriors who sought its life-giving essence. The legends spoke of those who had tasted its nectar, their lives extended, their spirits unyielding. Yet, for every account of glory, there were also warnings laced with despair. The plant's magic was not without consequence. From the time of the ancient Egyptians, who revered the lotus as a symbol of rebirth, to the flourishing gardens of the ancient Greeks, where philosophers pondered the mysteries of existence, the quest for eternal life had captivated humanity. The sacred texts of the Sumerians hinted at elixirs brewed from plants that could grant everlasting youth, while tales from the Far East told of monks who sought the elusive fruit of the immortality peach. Yet here, in this hushed sanctuary, the plant pulsed with a life force that seemed to resonate with Clara's very soul. As she reached out, fingers trembling, a shiver ran through her. The stories of those who had claimed the plant often ended in tragedy, lost souls consumed by their greed, transformed into shadows of their former selves. Her mind flashed back to the man she had lost, his laughter echoing in her ears, a reminder of what was at stake. Would this plant bring her the solace she craved, or would it lead her down a path of darkness? In that moment, an unsettling breeze swept through the chamber, causing the leaves of the plant to rustle, as if warning her of the choice that lay ahead. The stories intertwined like vines, each thread a life affected by the plant's grip. An ancient Chinese emperor, shunned by his court for his obsession with eternal life, had sought to isolate himself with a garden filled with these wonders, only to find his kingdom crumble without him. The whispers of despair filled Clara's thoughts, urging her to turn away. But the plant held a siren's call. Clara could feel it beckoning her, promising endless possibilities. A second chance to rewrite the narrative of her life. Her heart ached with the desire to turn back time, to hold her loved ones close once more. She thought of her grandmother's final days, how the light had faded from her eyes, how she had begged for just one more moment, one more breath. The plant's allure shimmered like hope in the darkness. Determined, Clara closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, the scent of the plant wrapping around her like an embrace. With every heartbeat, the weight of her longing pressed against her ribcage, threatening to burst free. Her hand hovered above the leaves, and just as it was about to touch, she hesitated. What if this was not just a plant? What if, in her thirst for life, she was opening a door to realms unseen? Suddenly, the chamber shifted. Shadows morphed into figures, flickering memories of those who had once walked the earth. Their faces were worn and weary, eyes wide with an insatiable hunger for life. All around her, the voices rose in a crescendo, a symphony of regret and longing. "Do not touch it," one cried, the voice like gravel, filled with sorrowful urgency. "It is not a gift, but a curse." Clara's heart raced as she turned, the figures gliding closer. Each face bore the marks of time. Some had once been celebrated kings, others humble farmers, all united in their fate. They reached out to her, their pale hands brushing against her skin, sending chills down her spine. "We reached for the plant," a young woman lamented, "and lost ourselves in the process. Do not make the same mistake." Confusion swirled within Clara like a storm. Their warnings clashed with her desires, and she could feel the plant throbbing with energy, almost sensing her turmoil. The desire for immortality was a siren song, But was it worth the sacrifice of true living? The figures pressed in closer, their voices overlapping as they recounted their stories. A tapestry woven from pride and desperation, each tale a reminder that life, with all its fragility, was a gift that could not be replaced. With a sudden burst of clarity, Clara stepped back, the weight of their collective sorrow washing over her. Maybe, just maybe, she didn't need the plant to hold on to her past. Perhaps the memories of her loved ones, the lessons learned, and the experiences shared were the true essence of life. She felt the air shift again, the tension palpable as the voices quieted, waiting for her decision. Time seemed to stretch, the line between past and present blurring. In that moment, Clara realized that immortality came with a price far beyond the plant itself. The promise of endless life might just trap her in a cycle of longing and loss. As she opened her eyes, a sense of peace washed over her, and she took a step back, breaking the connection. The shadows recoiled, their faces a mix of hope and despair. But even as she withdrew, the plant shimmered with a life of its own, the tension crackling in the air. Would she truly walk away? The answer hung heavy between them, the echoes of their stories still lingering, waiting for her final choice. Time waited for no one, and the pull of the plant of life was stronger than ever, weaving its spell around her heart, promising more than she could ever fathom. The thin line between life and immortality was drawn, and Clara was poised on the brink, ready to decide. A faint rustle in the canopy above signaled the arrival of something ominous. The air, thick with humidity, clung to the skin as if the jungle itself was holding its breath. Beneath the vast green expanse, shadows danced uneasily, foretelling an unseen menace lurking just beyond the curtain of foliage. It was in this vibrant yet treacherous world that the fate of the sacred plant would shift, forever altering the lives of those who revered it. The villagers of Xochimilco had always been protectors of the plant, a vibrant flower believed to hold mystical properties, capable of healing and granting visions. The petals shimmered under the sun like liquid gold, their fragrance weaving through the air, intoxicating those who dared to breathe it in. For generations, the plant had bound the community together, a lifeline and a source of pride. But as the sun dipped towards the horizon, casting long shadows, a serpent slithered through the underbrush, heralding the end of an era. Mictlan, the village's shaman, an elderly man cloaked in wisdom and mystery, could sense an impending change. His gnarled hands trembled as he held a single petal between his fingers, the delicate structure fragile yet vibrant. He had witnessed visions of destruction, images swirling in his mind like a tempest. "The serpent will come," he whispered, his voice hoarse from age but steady with conviction. "He comes not to help but to take." The villagers, gathered around him in a half-circle, exchanged worried glances. They respected Mictlan, their faith rooted deeply in his prophecies, but skepticism lingered in the air like a storm cloud. Young men and women, daring and restless, scoffed at old tales. "What can a serpent do against our strength?" one young warrior, Tlaloc, challenged, his voice bold. The others nodded, emboldened by his bravado. Little did they know, the serpent was not a creature of muscle and scale, but a being cloaked in charm and deceit. As night fell, an eerie stillness enveloped the village. The stars blinked overhead like distant, watchful eyes, and the moon cast a silvery glow over the land. It was then that the serpent revealed itself. Not a snake, but a newcomer named Iztak, a trader from a distant land. His skin glistened like polished marble, and his smile was as sharp as a knife hidden beneath a silken cloth. He spoke of wonders from faraway places, of gold and riches, intoxicating visions that dazzled the villagers. "I bring spices and remedies, treasures that will make your plant even more powerful," he promised, the cadence of his words wrapping around them like a vine. Mictlan's heart sank as the villagers, entranced, clung to Iztak's every word. They had known prosperity, yet the lure of more was too potent to resist. It was in that moment a seed of betrayal began to sprout within their midst, hidden from their sight, but growing stronger with every whispered promise. Days turned into weeks as Iztak wove himself into the fabric of their lives. He traded not just goods but secrets, whispering of the plant's true potential to outsiders, an act of treachery that would soon bear bitter fruit. Each night, he would gather the villagers around a fire, feeding their hopes while sowing the seeds of greed. "Together we can create a fortune," he seduced them, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Imagine what you could achieve with more. The villagers, intoxicated by dreams of wealth, began to neglect their rituals. The sacred plant, once tended with love, suffered under the weight of their ambitions. Mictlan's warnings echoed within, but the chorus of their dreams drowned him out. "You cannot let greed blind you," he would plead, his voice heavy with sorrow. But the serpent's charm had coiled around their hearts like a tightening noose, cutting off the lifeblood of their ancestral wisdom. One fateful evening, as the moon hung low and full, a storm brewed on the horizon. The winds howled, slashing through the trees like a desperate cry for help. Mictlan sat in the clearing, surrounded by the now wilting plant. He had felt the shift, the loss of spirit and connection. It was not just the plant, but the very soul of the village that had begun to wither away. He closed his eyes, whispering an ancient prayer, hoping to mend what had been broken. Then, just as despair threatened to consume him, a crack of thunder split the sky, and with it came the realization he was not alone. The villagers, drawn by the storm, gathered, their faces illuminated by flashes of lightning. They saw the plant's fading petals and the shaman's anguished expression. A flicker of doubt stirred within them, a moment of clarity breaking through the fog of greed. "What have we done?" Tlaloc murmured, his bravado replaced with horror as he knelt beside Mictlan. The villagers exchanged guilty glances, the weight of their choices crashing down like the rain that began to pour. They had traded love for ambition, their connection to the plant severed by a serpent's whisper. It was a betrayal that ran deeper than the roots of the very plant they cherished. But before they could leap into action, the ground trembled. Iztak emerged from the shadows, his smile twisted by malice, revealing his true nature. "You thought you could resist? You are mine now," he hissed, the serpent in his soul shedding its disguise. The villagers gasped, realization dawning too late. The serpent had betrayed their trust, and in their pursuit of more, they had lost everything. As the storm raged around them, the plant's last resilient petal fluttered to the ground, a symbol of all that was lost. Mictlan's heart shattered. His vision had come true. The village was on the brink of destruction, overshadowed by the serpent's greed. The air crackled with tension, and the villagers stood frozen in horror, the weight of their betrayal crushing them like the storm itself. In that moment, surrounded by betrayal and loss, hope flickered dimly. They could still fight back, or so they believed, if only they could find a way to reclaim what had been taken from them. As the wind howled around them, a deep uncertainty loomed, giving way to a desperate urgency. The fate of the plant, the village, and their very souls hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of a precipice that no one could foresee. The night was still young, and the serpent's true game had only just begun. The dust hung in the air like a curtain, blurring the line between life and memory. As Gilgamesh entered the ancient city of Uruk, his heart beat heavily in his chest, a rhythm of loss and longing. The towering walls of mud brick rose before him, echoes of a past that felt both foreign and intimately familiar. Each step felt weighted, as if he carried the burden of the world on his shoulders, the weight of all he had seen and lost. Uruk was a canvas drenched in the colors of time. The sun cast long shadows over the stone streets, illuminating faded murals of gods and heroes, whispering tales of glory and triumph. Yet these echoes of greatness were overshadowed by the chilling realization that immortality was an illusory promise. The very walls that had witnessed his victories now stood testament to the inevitable decay of all things. He paused before the ancient ziggurat, its towering presence both a marvel and a reminder. Here he had once sought the favor of the gods, believing he could wrestle with fate itself. But the gods had taught him cruel lessons. His friend Enkidu, once a wild man of the earth, now lay cold beneath the soil, a stark reminder that even the greatest of heroes must eventually succumb to mortality. As he traced the patterns of the bricks with his fingers, a wave of sorrow washed over him, mingling with the dust of ages. The market square buzzed with life, selling everything from grains to pottery, laughter mingling with the shouts of merchants. Yet, the vibrancy felt muted to Gilgamesh. He watched families share meals and children chase one another, unaware of the shadows that loomed just beyond the laughter. A mother cradled her baby, the child's gurgling laugh ringing like a bell of innocence, while old men gathered under the shade of a fig tree, sharing tales of their youth. The warmth of their camaraderie was palpable. Yet, Gilgamesh stood apart, a ghost haunting his own memories. The people of Uruk had moved on, their lives a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow. They were burdened with their own struggles, their own losses, yet they seemed to accept the transient nature of existence. The glimmer of hope in their eyes contrasted sharply with the heaviness of Gilgamesh's heart. Why could he not find that same acceptance? Why did the thought of death cling to him like a relentless shadow? His gaze fell upon a young man, a farmer with dirt-streaked hands, laboring in the fields. The man paused, wiped his brow, and glanced toward the city walls. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, an understanding passed between them, a recognition of shared humanity. In that man's toil, there was a beauty that Gilgamesh had overlooked. It was the beauty of living each day, of growing and nurturing, of embracing the fleeting moments. Yet, the pain of loss clawed at him, fierce and relentless. He thought of Enkidu, of the laughter they once shared, and the dreams that now lay shattered. How could he accept that his friend was gone? The thought of it twisted in his gut like a serpent, refusing to release him. He could feel the memories of their adventures crashing over him like waves. Battles fought, monsters slain, the endless pursuit of glory. But now, with Enkidu gone, what was glory worth? Was it not just a fleeting spark in the darkness that was death? As night began to fall, casting a blanket of stars over Uruk, Gilgamesh wandered to the banks of the Euphrates. The water shimmered under the moonlight, a mirror reflecting the vastness of the heavens. He knelt beside the river, allowing the coolness to wash over his hands, as if trying to cleanse himself of the grief that stained his soul. "Why must we suffer?" he whispered to the stars, seeking answers from the cosmos. He felt small under their eternal gaze, yet a flicker of defiance ignited within him. He had sought immortality, chased the shadows of gods, but what had he truly gained? He had gained knowledge, and with that knowledge came acceptance. He remembered the wise words of Utnapishtim, the immortal flood survivor. Life is like a reed, bending but not breaking. The thought settled in his mind, settling the storm raging in his heart. He had spent so long running from the truth of mortality, but perhaps there was power in acceptance. Perhaps there was a way to honor Enkidu's memory, not through feats of strength, but through the simple act of living. As the moonlight spilled over the water, Gilgamesh stood, breathing in the cool night air. The stars, distant and unyielding, seemed to twinkle with a knowing light. The realization washed over him like the gentle currents of the river. Life would end, and death would come. But it was the moments in between that mattered. The laughter of children, the warmth of friendship, the beauty of everyday struggles, all woven together to create the rich tapestry of existence. With newfound resolve, he turned back toward Uruk, the city alive with flickering torchlight. He could hear the laughter echoing again, feel the pulse of life surrounding him. The people were not merely existing, they were living, accepting the beauty and the pain of being. And in that acceptance lay a strength he had not understood until now, a strength that transcended even the notion of immortality. Gilgamesh moved through the streets, no longer just a king or a hero, but a man embraced by the fragility of life. The shadows of his past lingered, but they no longer chained him. He could feel Enkidu beside him, not lost in the depths of despair, but living on in every heart that loved and every moment that mattered. As the night deepened, the city thrummed with life, and Gilgamesh stepped forward, ready to engage in the dance of existence, to face each day with a heart open to all its joys and sorrows. The cycle of life and death turned ever onward, and with it, he would find peace in the acceptance of his own mortality. The road ahead shimmered with possibility, and as he walked, the vibrant pulse of Uruk embraced him, a reminder that even amidst the shadows, life was still a gift waiting to be cherished. Each heartbeat echoed the truth. He was alive, and that was enough. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient city of Uruk. Gilgamesh stood at the edge of the city, his heart pounding like the drums of war. Before him lay a vast expanse of land, wild and untamed, a world filled with the echoes of the past and the whispers of destiny. It was a land of possibility, yet fraught with danger, one that needed boundaries, protection, and a vision that would endure long after he had turned to dust. The air buzzed with anticipation as villagers bustled about, unaware of the monumental decision their king was about to make. The people looked up to him, their eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and fear. Gilgamesh was not just a king, He was two-thirds divine, a being shaped by the gods, and he felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on his shoulders. His thoughts raced as he contemplated what it meant to be a true leader. Was it simply to conquer and be feared, or was it to build, protect, and secure a legacy that would outlive him? As he looked around, his gaze fell on the crumbling walls that surrounded the city. They were remnants of a past that no longer served the prosperous city he envisioned. Many had come and gone, but those walls whispered stories of defeat and vulnerability. It was then that a fire ignited within him. He could not let Uruk be swallowed by the sands of time or the ambitions of rivals. He would build walls that would stand for centuries, stone sentinels that would watch over his people, shielding them from the chaos beyond. Gilgamesh felt a rush of energy surge through him, igniting every fiber of his being. "I will build walls so mighty that they will echo with the stories of our triumphs and protect us from our foes," he declared, his voice ringing out like a clarion call. The words spilled from his lips, but they carried the weight of his heart's deepest desire. He envisioned men and women, children and elders, safe within the embrace of strong walls, their lives thriving as they cultivated their fields and nurtured their families. He turned to his most trusted advisors, their faces a canvas of excitement and worry. The elders murmured amongst themselves, their brows furrowed with caution. "Great king, the task is monumental," one of them said, voice trembling slightly. "It will require vast resources, labor, and time. What if the gods frown upon this ambition?" Doubt hung heavy in the air, yet Gilgamesh felt a determination coursing through his veins, fueled by a vision that felt divinely inspired. "Will we cower in fear, or will we rise to the challenge?" he demanded, his voice firm and unyielding. The passion in his heart ignited a spark in their eyes, turning apprehension into resolve. With each passing moment, more and more citizens gathered, drawn by the energy that charged the air. They could see it in their king's eyes, his unwavering conviction, his fierce love for Uruk. They felt it too, a shared dream that pulsed like a heartbeat. As night fell, the flickering torches illuminated the faces of the crowd, their expressions shifting from skepticism to hope. "Let it be known, I shall build the walls of Uruk," Gilgamesh proclaimed, and the crowd erupted into cheers. The sound echoed through the valley, a chorus of voices blending together, rising into the dusky sky. In that moment, it felt as though the very heavens had aligned with his purpose. But with the cheers came a sense of foreboding, a whisper of challenges yet to come. Every stone he envisioned laying down would be heavy with the weight of labor, the sweat of men, and the sacrifice of families. Would his people turn against him when faced with hardship? Would they still see him as their protector when the burdens of the project grew too heavy? The thought flickered through his mind, yet he pushed it aside, bolstered by the roaring energy of the crowd. As the days turned to weeks, the construction began. The sound of chiseling stone and the grunts of laborers filled the air. With every block laid, Gilgamesh felt a sense of pride swelling within him. The walls began to rise, majestic and formidable, a testament to his vision. But with the excitement of creation came the shadows of dissent. Rumors spread like wildfire, tales of the king's ambition turning into arrogance, whispers of discontent rippling through the ranks. The elders challenged him in private, their voices low, their concerns veiled in respect. "Great king," one elder ventured, "the effort is great, but what of the gods? The cosmos may not favor your hubris." Gilgamesh felt the sting of their words, but he brushed them aside. He was building a legacy, a future for Uruk that would outlast both him and the gods. Yet, as he watched the walls rise, a nagging doubt began to claw at him. Each stone felt heavier, not just in weight, but in consequence. He understood now that to create a lasting legacy was not merely about might and strength, but about the hearts and souls he led. Would his determination create unity or divide them? One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the city, Gilgamesh climbed to the top of the half-constructed wall. He looked out over Uruk, the city bustling with life beneath him. He could hear the laughter of children, the clinking of pottery, the hum of everyday life, but he also sensed the tension, an undercurrent of fear that his ambition might unravel the very fabric of their community. He closed his eyes, allowing the cool evening breeze to wash over him. The voices of his people, both joyous and concerned, wrapped around him like a shroud. It was in this moment of stillness that he realized the true weight of his decision. It was not just about building stone walls, but about building trust, forging a bond that would keep Uruk safe and united. And so, as the stars began to twinkle overhead, Gilgamesh made a vow to himself and to his people. He would not only construct the walls, but would also kindle a spirit of solidarity and purpose among his citizens. The fate of Uruk would depend not just on his strength, but on the collective strength of its people. With renewed determination, he descended the wall, ready to face the challenges ahead. Little did he know that the path to his legacy was fraught with trials that would test not only his resolve, but the very soul of the city he cherished. Just beyond the horizon, the shadows loomed, and destiny waited. The old man sat quietly in his worn-out armchair, the fabric frayed at the edges, a witness to countless stories whispered through the years. Sunlight streamed in through the cracked window, casting a warm glow that danced across the room. It highlighted the deep lines etched into his face, each wrinkle a testament to the battles he had fought. Some shared, many kept hidden. The air was thick with the scent of old books, faintly mingled with the aroma of the wood-burning stove. Outside, the sounds of children laughing and playing drifted in, a stark contrast to the weight of history that hung in the room. He looked at the photograph on the mantel, a black and white image of a younger version of himself, arms wrapped around his wife, both smiling as if the world belonged to them. Their love was fierce, fiery, and yet, as the years unfurled, that love twisted into a tapestry woven with both joy and sorrow. The laughter of children was a ghost, a reminder of what had come to pass. It was both beautiful and haunting. As he began to speak, his voice was a gravelly whisper, carrying the weight of his experiences. Life is a series of moments, strung together like pearls on a necklace, some shiny and perfect, others dull and scarred. He paused, letting the silence settle like dust in the air. But every pearl matters. Each one is a lesson. I learned that when I lost my son. Those words hung in the air like a heavy fog, thick with emotions. The room seemed to grow colder, shadows creeping in as memories flooded forth. He remembered that day vividly, the sharp jolt of the phone ringing, the frantic voices on the other end, each word a dagger piercing through the fragile fabric of his heart. His son, a bright young man full of dreams, had been taken in an instant. The world felt like it had stopped, time suspended in a cruel moment of disbelief. In the years that followed, he grappled with the enormity of grief, wrestling with questions that had no answers. What could he have done differently? How could he have protected him? It was in those dark nights, staring at the ceiling, that the wisdom of experience began to unfold before him. Grief was not merely sorrow, it could also be a teacher. In the depths of his despair, he found compassion for others who suffered. He learned to listen, to truly hear the stories of those around him, understanding that each person carried their own shadows. Outside, the laughter of children grew louder, a stark reminder of the life that continued on without him. Yet, in the old man's heart, he felt an urge to share what he had learned. You see, death isn't the end, it's a part of the cycle. The leaves fall so that new ones can grow. I've watched families come together in grief, and in those moments, I've seen the power of love that transcends even the deepest pain. As he spoke, the room seemed to pulsate with a rhythm of its own, reflective pauses that allowed the weight of his words to settle, then surges of emotion that pulled the listener closer. The old man's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the flicker of remembrance igniting a fire within him. "Remember the tales of the ancients," he continued, his voice steadying. "The Greeks spoke of Elysium, a place where the souls of the virtuous found peace. It was a belief that life continued in a different form, where joy and sorrow coexisted harmoniously." He leaned forward, as if sharing a secret meant only for the ears of the young souls who played outside, oblivious to the depth of his wisdom. "Our ancestors understood that death was not to be feared, but embraced as part of the journey. The shamans of old would guide spirits through the veil, ensuring they found their way. We must honor their lessons, remembering that every life is a story intertwined with others, each chapter vital, each ending a new beginning." The room filled with a palpable energy, vibrating with the essence of life and death, love and loss. The old man felt a shift in the air, as if the walls themselves were leaning in, beckoning the listener to feel the weight of history, to absorb the richness contained within each experience. Memories swirled around them, both haunting and beautiful. He continued, his words weaving a tapestry of human connection. Think of the warriors who fought in battles, their blood spilled for love of country, love of family. They carried their sacrifices as badges of honor. The widows and orphans left behind, they learned to carry the flame of remembrance, transforming grief into resilience. Each story adds depth to the fabric of humanity. As dusk began to creep in, the light softened, casting a golden hue over the room. The old man's voice grew firmer, a rallying cry amidst the shadows. In every culture, every corner of the world, we find rituals that honor life and death. The Day of the Dead, the Irish Wake, the ancient Egyptians who believed in the afterlife. These are not simply customs, but vital threads in the tapestry of existence. They remind us that though we may part ways in this life, we are never truly gone. A chill swept through the room, reminding him of the fleeting nature of time. The old man's heart raced as he recalled the stories of those who had walked this earth before him. Their wisdom was not lost. It lay waiting in the hearts of those willing to listen. "Embrace life, my dear," he urged, urgency in his tone. "Breathe deeply, love fiercely, and do not shy away from the tears that will inevitably fall. They are but a testament to the love you have shared and the experiences you have lived." Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, the colors blending into a magnificent palette of orange and purple. The laughter of children faded into whispers, the world transitioning from day to night, just as life transitions into death. The old man felt a sense of calm wash over him. The stories he carried were not his alone. They belonged to humanity. With that thought, he looked at the photograph once more, the faces frozen in time. A soft smile crept onto his lips, a reflection of the love that had filled his life. As the darkness enveloped the room, the wisdom of experience flickered brightly, illuminating the path ahead, a path where life and death danced hand in hand, forever entwined in the eternal embrace of memory and love. The sun hung low in the sky, throwing shadows that danced across the ancient landscape of Mesopotamia. The air was thick with the scent of earth and wildflowers, a bittersweet reminder of life and loss. Gilgamesh, a king unlike any other, stood at the edge of a river, his heart heavy with a familiar ache. He could almost hear Enkidu's laughter, a sound that had once filled his life with joy and purpose. But now that laughter was nothing more than a memory, haunting and beautiful. In that moment, Gilgamesh felt the weight of his own existence crushing him. He remembered the first time he had met Enkidu, that wild man forged by the gods from the untamed earth. They had been strangers, two worlds colliding, and yet underneath the surface tension of rivalry, an unbreakable bond formed. It was a friendship that had blossomed in the heat of battle, igniting a flame of brotherhood that would defy the very laws of nature. Together, they had faced monsters and gods, their spirits intertwined like the branches of an ancient tree. But now, as the river flowed steadily before him, a chilling realization seeped into his bones. The adventures they had shared, the victories won side by side, all felt like echoes of a dream fading into the dawn. Enkidu's absence was a dark cloud that loomed over Gilgamesh's heart. The memories were both a comfort and a torment. The king longed to hold on to those fleeting moments, yet each recollection was tinged with the sorrow of loss. He could see Enkidu's wild hair, his fierce gaze filled with loyalty, and remember how they had fought against the bull of heaven, challenging the very essence of divinity. Their triumph had been exhilarating, but now it stood as a stark reminder of what had been taken from him. Gilgamesh was left to grapple with the profound emptiness that had crept into his life. The laughter they shared was now a ghost, whispering through the winds that rustled the leaves, a haunting melody filled with both joy and regret. As Gilgamesh stood by the riverbank, he recalled Enkidu's words, spoken during a moment of vulnerability. "Friendship is the greatest gift, my brother. In each other, we find our strength." Those words echoed in his mind, a mantra of sorts, but they also stung with a bitter truth. Without Enkidu, Gilgamesh felt incomplete, as if a part of his very soul had been severed, leaving behind an open wound. The memories surged like a torrent, spilling over the edges of his mind. He remembered the way Enkidu had fought for him, defending their bond against the skepticism of others. In the halls of Uruk, whispers had circulated about the king's arrogance, but Enkidu had silenced them with fierce loyalty. Their connection had been a reliable anchor in a tumultuous sea of power and pride. Now, with that anchor gone, Gilgamesh felt himself adrift, lost in a world that seemed infinitely darker and more lonely. The sun began to set, casting a fiery glow across the water. Gilgamesh's heart raced as he thought about mortality and the fleeting nature of life. Enkidu's death had shattered the illusion of invincibility that had once surrounded him. He had believed in his arrogance that he could conquer everything, even death, but that belief had been a fragile facade. Now he was faced with the harsh reality that life was not eternal, and that even the strongest bonds could be severed by fate. He closed his eyes, allowing the memories to wash over him like waves lapping at the shore. The warmth of Enkidu's presence surged through him, igniting a flicker of defiance against the despair that threatened to consume him. Enkidu had never backed down from a challenge. He had faced life head-on, unafraid of its unpredictable twists and turns. Gilgamesh felt a spark of hope rekindling within him. Perhaps there was still a way to honor his brother's memory, to carry the essence of their friendship with him as he faced the unknown future. A sudden rush of wind swept through the trees, sending leaves spiraling into the air. It felt as if Enkidu himself was standing beside him, urging him to embrace the strength that their bond had forged. Gilgamesh opened his eyes, and the world around him seemed to shimmer with renewed purpose. In that moment, he understood that the essence of friendship transcended physical presence. It lived on in the heart, in every choice made and every challenge faced. But just as he was filled with determination, a shadow loomed over the horizon. The very earth seemed to tremble beneath him, as if aware of the weight of his sorrow. Gilgamesh sensed a new challenge approaching, one that would test not only his strength, but the very fabric of his character. The memories of Enkidu surged forward, pushing him to rise, even in the face of adversity. "You are never alone," he could almost hear his brother say, the words echoing through time. The air crackled with anticipation as Gilgamesh stepped forward, resolute and defiant. He would not let Enkidu's memory fade away into the abyss of time. He would carry it within him, letting it guide his journey. With every step he took, he felt the fire of their friendship fueling his resolve. No matter what lay ahead, he would honor the bond they had forged, battling against despair and embracing the strength that came from love and loyalty. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a tapestry woven from the threads of hope and remembrance. Gilgamesh stood tall, ready to face whatever awaited him, knowing that Enkidu's spirit would always walk beside him, a guiding light in the darkest of times. The next chapter of his life was waiting, and with it, the promise of new adventures and challenges. The bond of brotherhood was eternal, and as long as he remembered, Enkidu would never truly be gone. In the cool stillness of dawn, a lone figure knelt at the foot of an ancient stone altar, fingers tracing the weathered carvings that spoke of gods long forgotten. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that whispered of the divine. Each crack and crevice of the altar held stories of sacrifice, prayers, and divine whims that had shaped human fate over centuries. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, a chill ran down the spine of the earth, reflecting the unseen influence of those who once walked among mortals. In countless civilizations, the gods were not mere figments of imagination, but powerful beings whose will intertwined with the lives of the living. The Greeks spoke of Zeus, whose thunderous voice commanded respect. With a flick of his wrist, he could send storms or grant victory. In the shadows of the Parthenon, the citizens of Athens would whisper prayers, hoping to catch his favor. Each game, each battle, each life was a thread in a tapestry, woven by divine hands, their fates dangling precariously at the mercy of the gods' whims. Far across the seas, the ancient Egyptians built monuments to their gods, colossal statues that towered over the Nile's banks. Ra, the sun god, rowed his solar boat across the sky, illuminating the lives of the people below. Each dawn was a reminder of his benevolence, but when darkness fell, it was said that the underworld stirred and the scales of Ma'at weighed the souls of the departed. The Egyptians believed that their fates were sealed by the divine judgment that awaited them. A mere heartbeat could tip the balance, sending them into eternal bliss or despair. The whispers of fate echoed through the Roman Empire as well. Here the gods were entwined with politics and power. The Senate would often consult the auspices, examining the flight patterns of birds to discern the will of the divine. Julius Caesar, a man more ambitious than most, sought the favor of the gods on the eve of battle, believing that their approval would grant him invincibility. But fate is a capricious mistress. The Ides of March taught him that divine will can shift like the winds, and even the most powerful can fall at the hands of destiny. As the sun sank behind the mountains, casting shadows that danced like ghosts, the narrative of divine influence continued to unfold in distant lands. The Aztecs, with their vibrant culture, believed in the power of sacrifice to appease the gods. Their hearts were offered to the sun, a desperate plea for rain and bountiful harvests. The blood that spilled upon the stone, glistening under the stars, was a testament to their unwavering faith. They understood the delicate balance between life and death, knowing that the gods required devotion and, at times, a steep price. In the heart of Japan, the Shinto shrines stood as vibrant reminders of the gods' presence in everyday life. Kami, the spirits of nature and ancestors, were invoked with rituals that blended respect and reverence. Each tree, each river, was seen as a manifestation of the divine. The people believed that their fortunes could change with a single prayer whispered in the rustling leaves, or a bow before the sacred torii gate. One could feel their humanity intertwined with the divine, life and fate woven together in an intricate dance guided by unseen hands. As time flowed like a relentless river, this divine influence was not merely a backdrop, it seeped into the very essence of human existence. The medieval Europeans found themselves at the mercy of their gods in a world governed by superstition and faith. The Black Plague swept through the towns like a scythe, leaving devastation in its wake. Many believed it was the wrath of a vengeful god, while others sought solace in the promise of salvation. The church became a sanctuary for the frightened, and the line between divine grace and misfortune blurred, pulling the people deeper into the tumult of faith and despair. The rise of the Renaissance brought with it a new understanding of fate. Artists painted images of gods and mortals, capturing the complexity of divine influence. Humanism emerged, celebrating the individual's power and intellect while still acknowledging the god's role in the grand tapestry of life. The divine was no longer just an external force. It was also reflected within, giving rise to questions that echoed through the ages. Are we merely puppets of fate, or do we hold the strings ourselves? Yet, as the modern age approached, the gods began to fade into the background, overshadowed by science and reason. But even in this new world, the echoes of divine influence remained. The stories of heroes and legends were retold, each narrative a reminder that human fate is still often guided by forces beyond understanding. The ache of longing for connection to something greater persisted, pulling people toward the unknown, yearning for signs, for omens, for the touch of the divine. As dusk settled, the shadows deepened, wrapping the world in an enveloping cloak of mystery. People continued to gather, speaking in hushed tones of fate and fortune, of love lost and battles won. The gods lingered in the atmosphere, a gentle reminder that their influence, though unseen, was always present. A flicker of candlelight illuminated faces filled with hope and fear, intertwined like the threads of fate itself. In this moment, the line between the divine and the mortal blurred, inviting contemplation about the intricate design of life. And so, as the stories of the past trickled through the hearts of men, the gods watched, smiling and frowning in equal measure, their laughter echoing in the silence of the night. They understood the beauty and tragedy of human existence, the fragility of life, and the weight of fate. And with every whispered prayer, every act of devotion, the dance continued, a timeless cycle of influence and consequence, where the divine and the mortal would forever be entwined. In the shadow of towering ziggurats, where the sun painted the sky in hues of crimson, a friendship blossomed that would echo through the ages. Gilgamesh, the fierce king of Uruk, stood proud and untamed, a figure of raw strength and unyielding ambition. His laughter rumbled like thunder, but beneath that bravado was a heart that ached for companionship. The people whispered tales of his exploits, but they also spoke of his tyranny, a ruler who cared little for the feelings of his subjects. Then there was Enkidu, born of the wild, a creature of the earth, untamed and instinctive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in twilight, he roamed the plains, a guardian of nature who mingled with animals, unaware of the world of men. His hair was matted with the dirt of the earth, his skin rough and brown, a stark contrast to the polished stones of the city walls. The gods had created him as a counter to Gilgamesh. Raw and unrefined, he was a reflection of what it meant to be truly alive, free from the constraints of civilization. One fateful day, the two destinies collided. Gilgamesh, out to prove his strength and might, heard whispers of this wild man. The tales spoke of his incredible power, unmatched by any mortal. The king, intrigued and threatened, sought to tame him. Enkidu, sensing the shift of the winds, understood that his solitude was coming to an end. As their paths intertwined, the air crackled with tension, the clash of civilization against the wild, power against freedom. In the great hall of Uruk, the king's eyes glinted with challenge as he demanded a contest. The night was thick with anticipation, the onlookers holding their breath, hearts pounding in their chests. They watched as the two titans faced each other, the air swirling with energy, the moment suspended in time. Gilgamesh, with his regal stature and fierce determination, stood tall, while Enkidu, with the rawness of the wilderness, radiated a primal energy. The ground beneath them trembled as they clashed, a dance of fury and strength. But as the dust settled, something remarkable happened. They found not just opponents in each other, but kindred spirits. The fierce contest morphed into a brotherhood forged in the fires of combat. Each blow was a heartbeat, each struggle a step closer to understanding. Laughter echoed through the hall as they celebrated their bond, a tapestry woven from the threads of wildness and civilization. In that moment, Gilgamesh was no longer just a king. He became a man who had found a true friend, a companion who could stand by his side in the face of mortality. Life in ancient Mesopotamia was a tapestry of emotions, with the Sumerians' beliefs and customs intricately tied to the story of these two figures. They worshipped gods who were just as capricious as the winds that swept through the Euphrates. The tales of Gilgamesh and Enkidu reverberated through the streets, a poignant reminder of the eternal struggle between humanity and the divine. Their friendship was not just a personal bond, it echoed the very essence of life itself, a quest for meaning, companionship, and, ultimately, acceptance of one's mortality. As the seasons changed, so did their adventures. They ventured into the cedar forest, where the mighty Humbaba, guardian of the trees, awaited them like a shadowy giant. Fear gripped them, but the thrill of the unknown was intoxicating. With each step deeper into the woods, the air thickened with the scent of pine and danger. Gilgamesh, emboldened by Enkidu's unwavering presence, felt the surge of courage rising within him. It was not just the promise of glory that drove them, it was the bond they shared, a thread of loyalty that tied them together. The battle with Humbaba was fierce. The roar of the guardian shattered the stillness, echoing like war drums, instilling both fear and exhilaration. The clash of steel against claw rang out, a symphony of struggle and defiance. And in that moment, as they fought side by side, a revelation dawned upon Gilgamesh. He was not just a king, he was part of something larger, a brotherhood that transcended the boundaries of land and life. With every strike, every shout, they wove their fates together, a bond stronger than any chain. Victorious but weary, the two heroes returned to Uruk, their hearts swelling with pride and camaraderie. They were celebrated, their names etched into the annals of history. Yet, beneath the cheers and accolades, a shadow loomed. The taste of mortality lingered in the background, reminding them that glory was fleeting, that the day would come when even the mightiest would fall. As they reveled in their triumph, the laughter soon faded into a somber hush. Enkidu fell ill, the wild spirit dimming beneath the weight of an unseen curse. A sense of dread settled over Gilgamesh, like a storm cloud. The vibrant friendship that had ignited his soul now hinted at its fragility. In his heart a terror grew, the fear of losing the one who had shown him the beauty of true companionship. Each passing moment was a reminder that life was not merely about conquests. It was a journey filled with love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of meaning. The great king, once so consumed by his quest for fame, now yearned for something deeper, an understanding of life itself, and the mysteries it held. The bonds forged in battle and laughter would be tested in the face of grief. As he gazed upon Enkidu, fading like the last light of the setting sun, Gilgamesh felt a profound shift. The echoes of their adventures rang in his ears, but now the laughter felt distant, like a soft whisper carried away by the winds of time. The tale of Gilgamesh and Enkidu was not merely a story of friendship, it was a reflection of the human condition, filled with joy and sorrow, strength and vulnerability. As Gilgamesh faced the looming specter of loss, he knew that every heartbeat was precious, every moment a gift, and in that realization, the journey continued, weaving through the tapestry of ancient Mesopotamian culture, drawing from the depths of emotion, ready to transition into the next chapter of their intertwined destinies. The flickering candlelight barely illuminated the ancient scrolls, but the whispers of the past echoed through the shadows, pulling at the very fabric of time. Here, history intertwined with imagination, where gods and heroes danced on the edges of reality and dreams. Beneath the weight of these stories lay an enduring legacy, a web of influence that reached out to touch every corner of literature and mythology. From the moment the first story was etched into stone tablets, mankind discovered the power of words. The epic tales of Gilgamesh, inscribed millennia ago, spoke not just of a king's quest for immortality, but also of the universal struggle against the inevitability of death. This text was more than a story. It was a mirror reflecting humanity's greatest fears and desires. The resonance of Gilgamesh's journey reverberated through time, inspiring countless authors and poets. Its themes of friendship, loss, and the search for meaning echoed in the works of Homer, whose Iliad and Odyssey would transform Western literature forever. As the sun set over ancient Greece, the air thickened with the weight of stories waiting to be told. The myth of Prometheus, who defied the gods to bring fire to humanity, ignited a flame in the hearts of writers for centuries to come. The struggle between divine authority and human ambition sparked a creative fire that inspired the likes of Aeschylus and his tragic retelling, instilling a sense of profound awe and dread in readers. Even today, the echoes of Prometheus can be felt in the pages of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, where the consequences of overreaching ambition and the quest for knowledge bring forth chilling questions about morality and creation. Across the globe, another tale simmered beneath the surface, one of gods, monsters, and the eternal battle between good and evil. The Mahabharata, a Sanskrit epic, infused the world of storytelling with its grand battles and complex characters. A story of immense depth, it taught lessons of Dharma, the moral law that governs human conduct. The struggle of its characters, Arjuna, torn between duty and desire, resonated through the ages, influencing narratives found in the works of Tolstoy, who grappled with similar themes in War and Peace. Here was a thread of humanity that transcended borders. The influence of this epic would wrap its arms around literature across continents. In the shadows of the past, the Norse myths sang of fate and bravery. The stories of Odin, Thor, and Loki painted vivid images of a world where the gods walked among men, where every act of heroism and every tragic flaw rippled through existence like a stone cast into a still pond. The tales of Ragnarok, the end of the world, wove a tapestry of fear and hope, echoing in the hearts of those who read Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, where the struggle against darkness mirrored the eternal dance of light and shadow rooted in the very essence of these ancient myths. Yet, not all stories were born from the ashes of conflict. The gentle whispers of fables and folklore also left their mark, shaping the way morals were taught and values were instilled. Aesop's fables, with their simple yet profound lessons, became the seeds from which modern storytelling sprouted. The tale of the tortoise and the hare taught patience and humility, while the boy who cried wolf warned against deception. These narratives seeped into the fabric of society, lingering in the minds of children and adults alike, crafting a world where lessons were learned not just through experience, but also through the stories that passed from one generation to the next. As the candle flickered, casting shadows that danced like lost souls, it was clear that these stories were not just relics of the past. They were living entities, breathing life into new tales. The influence of classical mythology and ancient literature extended far beyond their original borders, finding new homes in modern novels, films, and art. The archetypes of heroes and villains, lovers and rivals, are woven into every story told, drawing on the deep well of human experience that they encapsulate. The legacy of these ancient tales is felt in every epic fantasy, every poignant tragedy, and every whimsical children's story. The character of the hero, the wise mentor, the mysterious guide, all are threads spun from the rich fabric of mythology. J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series, filled with its own mythical elements, reflects the age-old battle of good versus evil, while also morphing themes of sacrifice and friendship that echo the tales of yore. The magical world, while distinct, pays homage to the giants whose shoulders it stands upon. Even the digital age has not escaped the pull of these timeless stories. Video games and films borrow heavily from the motifs and archetypes of ancient narratives, crafting interactive experiences that allow users to step into the shoes of their heroes. The thrill of adventure and the weight of choice resonate with the tales of old, bringing forth a new generation of storytellers and dreamers. As players wield swords and cast spells, they unknowingly partake in a ritual as old as humanity itself, one that honors the lessons and legacies of those who walked before them. The candle's glow flickered again, now barely holding on, yet its light illuminated a truth that was impossible to ignore. The enduring legacy of ancient literature and mythology, like an echo in the corridors of time, continued to shape humanity's collective consciousness. In every story told, in every heart touched, there lay a whisper of the past, urging the present to remember. As the shadows deepened, the weight of history settled around like a cloak, a reminder that these tales are not just remnants of a bygone era, but living forces that drive the pulse of creativity and imagination. Just as the ancients sought to explain the world around them, so too does modern literature strive to make sense of the complexities of human existence. The stories may change, but the essence, the struggle, the triumph, the heartbreak, remains as constant as the stars in the night sky. And as the final flicker of the candle danced in the dark, it became clear that the influence of these ancient tales was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter waiting to be written. In a crowded coffee shop, the air thick with chatter and the rich aroma of roasted beans, a young woman clutched a well-worn copy of an ancient text. The cover, faded and creased, had seen better days, much like its characters. As she turned the pages, her fingers brushed the lines etched with age, bringing to life the epic of Gilgamesh and his wild friend Enkidu, their bond, a tapestry woven from the threads of friendship, loss, and the quest for immortality, pulsed with an energy that felt alarmingly real. It wasn't just a story from a distant past. It was a reflection of the struggles and triumphs that echoed in the lives of people today. Gilgamesh, the mighty king of Uruk, was not merely a ruler. He was a force of nature, embodying ambition and desire. His very existence was a celebration of life, yet it was also haunted by a profound fear of death. At first glance, he appeared impervious, a being forged from the divine. But beneath his powerful exterior lay a heart yearning for understanding and companionship. Enkidu, born from the wild, stood as his mirror, wild, untamed, and fiercely loyal. Their friendship struck a chord deep within the young woman's heart, as it illustrated the age-old tale of two souls searching for meaning in a chaotic world. On her phone, a notification buzzed, pulling her eyes away momentarily. A social media post flashed across the screen, showcasing a modern adaptation of the epic. Images of two actors, one embodying the strength of Gilgamesh, the other the raw, untamed spirit of Enkidu, captivated her. The caption read, "Their friendship knows no bounds, their journey transcends time." It struck her that the themes of their story were alive, resonating with a new generation. She couldn't help but smile at the realization that the essence of these characters had transformed, yet their core remained unchanged. Across the globe, artists were reimagining Gilgamesh and Enkidu in vibrant murals splashed on city walls. Their figures leapt forth in vivid colors, representing the collision of civilization and nature. They were no longer constrained by the boundaries of ancient Mesopotamia. Instead, they had become symbols of resilience and brotherhood in a world that often felt fragmented and divided. The connection between the two figures was palpable and charged, embodying the struggles faced by many today, the fight for identity, the loss of loved ones, and the quest for purpose in an ever-changing society. At a local theatre, the sounds of rehearsals echoed backstage as actors prepared to bring this ancient story to life. The director believed that Gilgamesh and Enkidu were not just characters. They were archetypes that spoke to the human experience. Their dialogue, laden with pain and joy, resonated with modern audiences grappling with issues of friendship, loyalty, and mortality. As the lights dimmed and the curtain rose, the audience leaned forward, hearts racing as they were drawn into the timeless tale. In a nearby art gallery, a striking sculpture of Gilgamesh stood tall, his muscular form carved from dark stone, while Enkidu lay at his feet, a wild figure adorned with natural elements. Visitors paused, mesmerized by how the sculptor had captured their bond, the strength of Gilgamesh juxtaposed against the earthy essence of Enkidu. It whispered stories of loyalty, sacrifice, and the inevitability of loss. The overwhelming emotions radiating from the piece left viewers feeling as if they were witnessing the very essence of friendship embodied in stone. In classrooms, teachers were adapting the epic to engage students in discussions about friendship and mortality. The story of Gilgamesh and Enkidu sparked lively debates about what it means to be human in a world grappling with uncertainties. Students, eager to connect the dots between their lives and the ages-old narrative, found solace in the realization that they too sought connection in the face of daunting challenges. The epic transformed into a lifeline, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, love and friendship could light the way. Meanwhile, in the quiet solitude of her apartment, the young woman reflected on her own friendships. She thought of the moments shared with her closest friends, the laughter, the tears, the secrets whispered in the dark. Just as Gilgamesh and Enkidu had ventured into the unknown, forging their destinies together, she felt a stirring within her. The essence of their journey mirrored her own, a blend of hope and fear, joy and sorrow. She too sought meaning in a world where the shadows of loss loomed large. Then, a sudden thought struck her. A realization that the story wasn't just about Gilgamesh and Enkidu, but about everyone who had ever felt alone and yearned for connection. Could love withstand the test of time? Could friendship rise above the fear of death, much like Gilgamesh's quest to understand life's fragility? These sentiments echoed in her mind as she turned the pages again, feeling a rush of adrenaline course through her veins. Her heart raced with anticipation as she read about their fateful encounter with the Bull of Heaven, a powerful symbol of the god's wrath and the consequences of unchecked ambition. The intensity of the narrative mirrored the struggles faced by individuals today, battling their own bulls, the insurmountable challenges that threatened to tear them apart. Yet, Gilgamesh and Enkidu's resolve to stand together against adversity served as a clarion call, urging her to confront her fears, to reach out and connect rather than retreat. As she continued to read, the lines blurred between history and the present, the ancient epic breathing anew with each turn of the page. In that moment, the bond between Gilgamesh and Enkidu transcended time, reminding her that their story was not confined to the annals of history. It pulsed within the hearts of everyone who had ever loved deeply and lost painfully. A story that would never truly end, but rather evolve, echoing through the generations. The boundaries between past and present faded, drawing her further into the swirling emotions of longing, love, and the relentless pursuit of understanding. The coffee shop around her faded into a distant hum, a world of noise drowned out by the whispers of a friendship that sought to conquer the darkest corners of existence. In that space, she felt the weight of history, the gravity of emotions, and the promise of connection. She was not alone, she was part of a lineage that spanned centuries, where Gilgamesh and Enkidu were not just characters in a story, but the embodiment of the very essence of humanity. And as her thoughts drifted, she found herself yearning to continue this exploration, to lose herself in the layers upon layers of stories yet to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the battle-scarred plains, where two armies clashed in a cacophony of steel and cries for glory. Among the chaos, Where bravery met desperation stood two brothers. Their hearts raced as they fought side by side, drenched in sweat and stained with the dirt of conflict. This day would mark them forever, binding them not just by blood, but by a shared destiny that loomed over them like a dark cloud. As arrows whistled past, embedding themselves into the earth with a soft thud, one brother, Aidan, felt a surge of fear gripping his heart, not for himself, but for his younger brother, Leo, who fought with fierce determination, every swing of his sword a testament to his resolve. Aidan remembered when they were just boys, playing in the fields, dreaming of adventure and glory. They had vowed then, under the watchful gaze of the stars, that no matter the challenge, they would face it together. The weight of that promise pressed heavily on Aidan's chest now, mingling with the thumping rhythm of battle. Leo, with his unyielding spirit, seemed to embody hope itself. Every enemy he struck down was a reminder of their bond, of the dreams they had shared. Yet, as he swung his sword again, Aidan's heart lurched. A flash of movement caught his eye, and in an instant, tragedy struck. A brutal blow sent Leo tumbling to the ground, his sword slipping from his grasp. Time slowed, and the world around Aidan fell away, replaced by the deafening sound of his own heartbeat. "No!" Aidan shouted. As if his voice alone could alter fate, he dashed through the throng of fighters, his eyes locked on Leo, who struggled to rise. The ground beneath Aidan's feet seemed to tremble with the weight of their shared history, their childhood laughter, the silent promises of loyalty, the moments of vulnerability that only brothers could understand. Each memory fueled his desperate sprint, urging him to reach Leo before it was too late. With a fierce roar, Aidan fought his way through the chaos, navigating past swords and shields, the stench of sweat and fear overwhelming him. He felt the cool steel of his own sword in his hand, but the thought of using it was lost in the haze of panic. He needed to protect Leo, to resurrect the dreams they had once chased under the endless sky. As Aidan reached his brother, he knelt down, cradling Leo's head in his arms. The younger sibling's face was pale, eyes flickering, as he struggled to focus. "Aidan, I can't hold on," Leo whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. Aidan's heart shattered. The bond forged in their youth now felt like an anchor dragging them both into despair. "No, Leo, you will hold on. We are brothers. We are destined to stand together." Aidan's voice cracked, the desperation spilling over like an uncontained river. Around them, the battle raged on, yet all that mattered was the connection they shared, a bond that felt both eternal and fragile. In that moment, Aidan recalled the ancient stories told by the firelight, tales of brotherhood that transcended time, where fate wove its intricate threads through the lives of the brave. Would they become another tale of lost potential, or could they rewrite their fate together? With a surge of will, Aidan pressed his forehead against Leo's, grounding them both in the reality of their bond. "Remember the fields, Leo? The stars? We promised to fight for each other." A flicker of recognition sparked in Leo's eyes, a light that ignited the fading hope within Aidan's chest. But fate can be a cruel mistress. Just as Leo's lips curled into a faint smile, a dark figure loomed over them, a warrior clad in black armor, eyes like burning coals. With a swift motion, he raised his sword, a harbinger of doom. Aidan's instinct kicked in, and he pushed Leo aside, taking the blow meant for his brother. The pain was searing, yet in that moment, Aidan felt an odd sense of clarity. He grasped the notion that their bond was not merely about survival. It was about sacrifice, about being willing to face the abyss for the one you love. As he fell to the ground, the world spinning around him, Aidan's last vision was of Leo, panicking, reaching for him, their fates entwined in the most profound way. "Brother!" Leo screamed, his voice a raw wound against the backdrop of battle. Aidan's heart fluttered like a captured bird, tethered to the promise they had made. With what little strength remained, Aidan whispered, "I will always be with you. We are brothers, bound by fate." A rush of chaotic energy surged through Leo. As he watched Aidan fall, a torrent of grief and rage igniting within him. The world around him dimmed, the clang of metal and cries of battle fading into a distant murmur. In that moment, brotherhood shifted from a mere bond of blood to an unbreakable chain forged in fire and sacrifice. As Leo rose, a new fire blazed within him. He fought not just for survival, but for Aidan, for the dreams they had spun together in the quiet moments of their youth. Every swing of his sword became a tribute, a declaration that their bond could not be extinguished, even in the face of death. With each fallen foe, the memory of Aidan filled him, his laughter, his unwavering support, the dreams they had built. What was once a battle for victory transformed into a fight for Brotherhood's legacy. Leo's heart swelled with purpose, a determination forged from the ashes of despair. But as the tides of war shifted, a new challenge loomed, one that would test the very fabric of their bond. In the shadows of fate, dark forces conspired, hungry to sever the threads that tied brothers together. As Leo fought valiantly, he felt the pull of destiny, a call to face the unknown that awaited him beyond the battlefield. The echoes of his brother's last words reverberated in his soul, an eternal bond that would guide him. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the battle raged on, with Leo standing tall, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness, ready to confront whatever fate had in store.